Benoni means son of sorrow. So it means it's like it's a very sad opening. You only play such sad openings when you're really desperate. So Benoni is called a son of sorrow in a Yiddish or Hebrew or one of those languages. So again, generally it's not considered to be good to allow it. Bad for black and white. Well, I mean, I believe it's going to be sharp. It's going to be sharp. But I think Magnus maybe just said, you know what? I don't care. I don't even remotely care. I want to play. I just want to play the game. I don't care about being solid. So Jan is thinking here, which I'm guessing that Jan is surprised to see this opening. That's what I would say. Jan has to be surprised. I'm sure Jan did not expect the Benoni here. So probably like because even knight f3 c5, you can even play like some kind of, you can play a Benko as well here due to the lack of development. Remember, you have the white pieces here, so you have an extra tempo, unlike in the Benoni or in the Benkos. So this will be interesting. Will it be the most interesting? I don't think anything can top game 6. Game 6 is probably just the ups and downs, the drama, the time situation, like all that. Game 6 is probably the best. I honestly want to say game 6 is the best world championship game in the last, like, I want to say maybe since Anand Kasparov. I think Anand Kasparov, maybe game 9 or game 10 are up there. But I would say since that match in '95, I can't think of, maybe there's a Kramnik win against Kasparov, because Kramnik's wins against Kasparov were not like super great. I mean, it's more like Kasparov fell apart. So I would have to say this is probably the best. This is probably the best. That was the best game since Kasparov Anand in '95. That's what I would say. I don't think it was the best chess game ever. I think the situation of the drama made it really good, but I think saying it's the best ever is just going too far. That's what I would say. So anywho, you guys, so we get knight f3 here on the board, and I'm guessing here we'll probably play c5 here. Game 6 broke all the viewership records. Yeah, I mean, game 6 was like it was the creme de la creme. It was very dramatic up to the time control. It was dramatic after the first time control, dramatic all the second control, dramatic into the third time control. It was like the perfect the perfect game. Game 8 was probably the worst game in World Championship history. That I don't know, probably not objectively, but it was a pretty bad game. I will say that it was pretty bad. Okay, so we get so d4, knight f3. Now Magnus has a choice: does he play c5 or knight c6? You can go knight c6 followed by e5 here. It's also very reasonable. I do believe c5 is correct though, having played some of these setups myself. I'm pretty sure c5 is what you should play here. Thank you to Calomilo for the 4. Thank you to Fidget Digit for the prime. Thank you so much to Fidget Digit. Imagine just watching chess for excitement. We watch it all for the draws. Yes. Magnus is getting close to the title for the best player. I mean, objectively, Magnus is the best player ever. I mean, the thing is that like the way we rank it is based on how far ahead of their peers they were and how long they kept the title. So that's maybe the only argument you could make for like Kasparov, that he was #1 for 20 years. But again, you could also make the argument players are so much better now, and Magnus has a big rating gap as well. So that's just what I would say. White Magnus should be solid and safe. I think Magnus probably knows it's okay, and he just wants to play chess. I don't blame him at all. So thank you to Queen takes f6 for the prime. Thank you so much. Queen takes f6. Thank you so much. Knight c6 was played here. Knight c6, what a bad move. Not understanding chess at all. What a bad move. So I guess Magnus plays knight c6 to play e5. Just go for quick development here in the center. So we'll see what happens. Okay, Hikaru, I turn off Judith Polgar to listen to you. Well, I mean, we're not, you know, it's not a competition, obviously, you guys. I will say that. But thank you so much for tuning in. So, okay, so knight c6 has been played. Now, the question for white here is, does white castle or does white play d3 first? That's all that matters. I mean, there are a couple options here, is what I would say. I mean, personally, I would probably play d3, although d3 might allow some bishop b4, bishop d2, a5, which is a little bit drier. So I'm not sure if you necessarily want to play d3. I mean, castles is also fine. I don't know if black can play d3. I don't think he can. If black can't play d3 and black has to play like e5, then after d3, e3, it's just standard Benoni again. And unlike most Benonis, white here has extra tempes because white makes the first move in the game of chess. So white's gone like bishop g2 and castles. Black hasn't developed, so the extra tempo may play a role here. Was the Anish match harder than you thought or about expected? It was pretty much as expected. I think what I would say about the Anish match that I won yesterday is that I was surprised how easily I seemed to get advantages with white, despite not doing preparation for the match. Like I was intending to play some. I generally was had some ideas to play some random openings with the white pieces, but I was kind of surprised. I was kind of surprised to get advantages as much as I did. I expected Anish to sort of equalize more consistently than he did. That was the only thing that was really surprising. Wait, Bishop C5. Wow, what a move from Magnus. So I guess, so Magnus is going to play a very basic concept here. He's going to play so what's going to happen is he's going to play like knight f6, a3, threatening to make queenside expansion, a5 to stop it, and I guess he's just going to castle, play h6, and try to keep this really simple. Also, after playing bishop c5, now it's going to be hard to play d3 and e3 here. It's going to be really difficult to force those moves in. So I kind of like this so far. I like it. What I think will happen with this game, I have to be honest, it's risky playing openings like the risky or double edge, because now you see black has a big center. He's got a lot of space in the center part of the board, so I don't love this. But I will say for Jan, you know what? He had no choice. He kind of has to go for broke today. Oh, is Twitch running ads? Oh, sorry about that. Lovely. But the problem is Jan has to go for broke today. So if Jan has to go for broke, I don't blame him. Now he maybe can also go h6 here, because like if you play knight f6, a3, a5, there's some bishop g5, castles, knight d2, and you're looking to go knight e4, put pressure on the diagonal here. Oh, no ads? Okay, fair enough. So you could also maybe delay, although it feels really slow here to play another delayed move and delay knight moves and castles here. Probably not great. So so I swindled Anish when he was completely winning. That was epic. Well, I mean, it was a tough match. Thank you to Akaniko for the prime. Thank you to Radish for the 5. But yeah, so we'll see. So I think Magnus is probably going to play knight f6. I assume knight f6 here or knight e7 to get the king out of the center of the board. So that's my read of the situation so far. Thank you to Elite Geek for the 16 months. Thank you so much to Elite Geek. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yeah. Good morning, early bird. Thanks for the great content. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Aliki. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. I'm going to say again this morning, my alarm was set for 3:48 a.m. and I'm just like, I actually, like, am I really going to get it? But I thought of you guys, the fans, and I was able to suck it up and boot up the stream. So it is what it is. Someone asked earlier, am I still part of TSM? Yes, you guys, I am part of TSM. I've been streaming from the TSM facility for the better part of the last year and a half almost now. I guess not a year and a half, but I've been streaming from here for at least the last like 9-10 months, so I've been here quite a while. When did I go to bed? You should go early. I went to bed at like 10 o'clock, so it was not easy getting up. I got that bed head. Yeah, I think my hair looks okay, but anyway, okay, so we still don't have a move, right? I think Magnus is probably, he might, I don't know if he's out of prep or he hasn't looked at the set position. But I suspect that that he's already playing more on field. Why do people keep asking? Because TSM is in the, I don't have TSM display. I only have TSM in the rotating sponsor up at the top, and so a lot of people actually don't notice it, because if you don't look closely at that rotating sponsor, you'll notice that it's displayed nowhere else on the stream, but it should be showing. Yeah, see, like right now you see TSM right next to World Championship coverage. So that's how you know. Thank you, Daniel O.C. Machado for the 12 months. Thank you to XX Bubbles for the tier 1. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So anyway, I am streaming from TSM. Yeah, there is nobody at TSM right now. I'm the only person here. In fact, I really like it because it's almost like having my own home. So when I'm here, like, and I stream at these early hours, generally no one is at TSM before 9:30. So but if I'm here before 9:30, like most of these World Championship games, I'm the only person. I can literally walk around the whole building, and yeah, it's like I own the facility. Yeah, exactly. I just walk. I can just walk around, and it's amazing. How do I like the facility? It's pretty nice. It's the only, I haven't seen the 100 Thief facility yet. I would love to see it at some point. I'm kind of curious to do a comparison. But like, for example, it's definitely bigger than the Team Liquid facility, which I have been at. I've been to the Team Liquid facility over in Santa Monica, and I really do like that. It's maybe a little bit more like home. What's it? Home warming, homey. There's some word, I can't think of the word, but it has a little bit of a nicer vibe. But it's definitely smaller, I would say. So that's what I would say. And then yeah, 100 Thieves is actually close by too, I believe. So I haven't been to the 100 Thieves one yet, but whenever I have the chance to go and see it, I'm kind of curious to do the comparison. Maybe comfy or something. Thank you to 12th Doctor for the 5 months. Appreciate it. Since the Indian says position is even, can we have a prediction for the game? Ooh, a prediction is actually it's 50-50 here. Very 50-50. Position is imbalanced here. I'm gonna say this though. I think the next like 10 moves are probably gonna decide the game. I think what happens the next 10 moves are definitely gonna set the trend, but I think we're gonna have a pretty good idea where we're going. As far as I know, Wonder Thieves doesn't have a chess player on the roster. I know 100 Thieves likes chess. I think like Nate Shot and Courage both followed me if I recall correctly on Twitter. So I mean I know they both are fans of chess. So it's great to see. All right. 3 to 5. Yeah, it's do or die day today for Nepo. Do or die day. Hikaru's a billionaire. No, I'm not a billionaire, though. I feel a little bit less poor since Bob is finally going up. I will say that. I will add that just as a side note. So I feel a little bit less poor right now. But anyway, yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah. Is TSM office 24/7? Well, I can be here 24/7 if I wanted to, because there's an app on my phone that I use to go in and out. It's not a physical key. So that's what I would say. Is that yes? I mean, theoretically, it's 24/7. So if I want to come here and go to the gym at 2 a.m., I can go to the gym at 2 a.m. So yeah. So anyway. All right, we're waiting on a move from Magnus. We have D3 being played here. Again, we have the Ben Oni structure, but Black has not played C5. So because Magnus put the bishop on C5, I think the main idea is to prevent E3, because now you have two pieces of the pawn and the bishop aiming at this E3 square. So I think the reason for this is specifically to try and be like it's a prophylactic measure to try to prevent E3. But you don't I don't. I have actually been at the gym at in the early days of TSM, very late last year. I was playing the Magnus tour, and I was using the gym at like 4 a.m. I was when I first was coming here. But that's also because of the time, like the first month or so, and like December, I think it was December in 2020. I also had a very small Airbnb apartment, so like I didn't have a gym. Whereas where I'm at right now, I do have a gym, so it's just easier going to the gym when I'm at home. That can't be good for you. What can't be good for you? Magnus is not struggling here. But I don't like Magnus's choice. I have to be honest. I don't like this choice. I mean, maybe he just feels comfortable and he figures, okay, well, something goes wrong. But I mean, how bad can it really be? So yeah. I know this is way off topic. Do you like OTK content? Miskiff, amazing if you would travel to his house and collab and play some chess. I mean, I've watched a little bit of Miskiff. I have to be honest, I'm not like the biggest fan of OTK. I actually, if you ask me to like pick, I mean, I like some of the stuff that 100 Thieves does. I also like some stuff that OTV does. I'm not really that big of an OTK guy. I'm just gonna say that. Magnus is up by 2 and he can win. Yeah, no, it's not a slam. It's not my kind of content for the most part. That's just what I would say. Thank you to Reggie C, a Ball Mag for the 5. Thank you to Heading Nuggets for the Prime. It's just not my kind of content for the most part, but that doesn't mean that it's not good content. I mean, a lot of people love their content. Daniel said didn't understand anything about you and Anish talked about a position yesterday. Oh yeah, we're talking about a very specific game. That's why. Yeah. So no, that's not. I'm not making a slam or anything. It's just not my kind of content. You know, one thing that you learn about on Twitch is like, there's definitely content that I've seen that like I don't really like it that much, but like a lot of people do like it. And I think like if there's only content that like every single person individually likes, that would be very bad. Actually, that'd be very bad, because that would mean there's no originality, there's nothing going on, no creativity, especially. So that's like, yeah, that would actually be that would be really bad if there's only content that you literally like. I only watch XQC. No, I don't only watch XQC. I've been watching Fortnite. I can't lie. I've been watching a lot of Fortnite lately. Big fan of Big fan of you know, I love all those guys like Nate Hill, Cypher, PK, Ninja. Like, I mean, I saw Tfue playing the other day. Like, I have to be honest, like, when I first got in Twitch, Fortnite was the game that I watched, and I watched Tfue was the only guy I watched when I first started following streamers on Twitch. So I've been watching a bit of Fortnite lately. Who do I watch for TFT? Well, Toast is back. I watch a little bit of Scara for TFT, but that's about it. So anyway, waiting on a move from Magnus. This is actually a very bad sign. Am I good at Fortnite? No, I'll just say it. You know, I know they're the young people watching, but I'll just say it. So no, you know, you guys, I'm ass at Fortnite. So there you guys go. You can you can clip it, do whatever. But yeah, that's the simple short answer. Yeah. Why is Magnus thinking here? Magnus is thinking here because I guess he's not sure where to put the knight. I mean, I don't like the setup at all. I have to be honest. I don't like the setup by Magnus. He goes knight f6. Okay, finally he plays. I don't know why he took so long. The fact that he took so long is a slightly bad sign because maybe it means he's unfamiliar or uncomfortable with the position. So that's just what I would say. Up until when do we have time to reach 10K? Probably about December 19th. I mean, it's not going to happen. I'm going to be honest, but still, you know, it was just, it had to be a very high goal because again, if I'm going to go do that, the World Blitz and Rapid, I mean, it has to be a high goal. Oh, was E5 a move? It was, although I would say that right now, because Black put the bishop on C5, you really have to finish your development first. So yeah. Is it bad strategy to keep leaving the board? I don't like it. I have met Sub Rosa. Yeah, actually, Leffen was also here at TSM yesterday, but again, I had a long day. I played the match, short stream, so I couldn't really talk to him. But yeah, I've met quite a few of the guys. I mean, I met all the Valorant guys. In fact, quite a few of them played shots. The League guys, I mean, I wouldn't say I've met them. I've spoken occasionally here and there with them. I mean, of course, for me, it's tough because the two people in League who I spoke to the most were Doublelift and Bjergsen. So they're both obviously no longer members of TSM. So yeah, it's League not so much. So thank you to Group Therapist for the 2. Thank you to Keep Kali for the 4 months. Appreciate it. So yeah. Bjergsen, no, Bjergsen is now part of Team Liquid. He left TSM to join Team Liquid and play for them. How am I doing today? I'm doing well. Talk to Hikaru when you get removed from your org. That's a good one. Yeah. Thank you to the real case for the Prime. Have I ever played Valorant? Yeah, actually, I played Valorant on stream a couple times back in the old days. I want to say maybe in like June or July even of last year, I played Valorant. I played some with Box and Fusely, I think it was. So I played some with them. I also played separately when it was in beta. So yeah. So that's just what I would say. Am I gonna play Tilted Tuesday? Yes, you guys. We're gonna play Tilted Tuesday later today at about 10 o'clock. So nobody's at the board right now, so we're kind of just sitting here waiting. You got a new gaming background? No, this is the same background, but the light's off because it's only 4:55 a.m. So no one's here at TSM. So if I get them and go out, it's gonna go blue again because there needs to be movement. So I'll go make some movement. Give me 1 second. So yeah, so you see, as you guys see, basically when I go out, it lights up. So like now it looks normal, but if there's no one here, there's no movement out in the other area, then obviously it's gonna be black, which is why it looks so dark. This year's championship really sucks for East Coast NA viewers. Yeah, well, I hate to say it for you guys as well, but the World Rapid and Blitz is also going to suck. I think it's going to start at 5 a.m. East Coast time or something. So that's also going to be really bad too. Which is also kind of weird because like the biggest, I actually the biggest audience for all these events is in the U.S. I mean, the biggest audience for sure is in the U.S. So it's very weird that like for the World Blitz and Rapid or certain other events, World Championship, I understand the timing obviously because of the location sponsors, but it's very weird that like the World Rapid and Blitz and other events are still held at these hours for EU when NA has the biggest audience by far. Refresh the board. I don't think we have any moves, do we? I mean, you have the game board, the smaller board, which is the actual live board. So yeah. Did I win yesterday? Win in the speech test championship? Yes, I did. I did. Am I prepping for Ding Loren? I will do a little bit of prep before the match, but no. Oh, Knight BD2 was played. Okay, it was played. Why didn't it update? Let me refresh both boards. I'm refreshing both boards here. Okay, you guys said it was played, so I'll just leave it on the board on this board. Yeah, it's not as you see it didn't refresh. I refreshed both boards, but it didn't show up. So, okay. What if the game will last for 9 hours? You're gonna play Title Tuesday? Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. I will play Title Tuesday. Even if this runs long, I gotta play Title Tuesday. On that note, however, since we do have Benjamin, he's gonna be joining us in 1 hour. I am gonna take my first short break of the day, and we'll keep rolling along. But since we have Benjamin coming up in 1 hour, I'm gonna take a break now, and I'll take one more break right before he comes. So give me a few minutes. All right, you guys, we're back. So we're back. Thank you to Zay Sorrow for the tier 1. Thank you so much to Zay Sorrow. Appreciate it. Okay. Magnus will win the world championship 7.5, 4.5. Mark my words. It's what, 5-3? So you're saying he'll win one more and have one more and 3 draws. That sounds pretty reasonable. Is what I would say. A5 was played. Okay. So we have A5 played here. So I mean, I guess the question is, what does White want to play here? Does White want to go like A3 to try to play for B4 knight B3? Does White want to go knight B3 E3? I mean, the problem with putting the knight here is that it is very committal. Because if you go like B3, for example, and bishop B2, bishop is still facing a pawn wall. So the big question for White is how to activate this bishop. And if you go B3 and this diagonal doesn't do much, the logical conclusion is that you have to play either bishop G5 or E3. But he put the knight in the way of the bishop. So I think knight B3 and E3 is almost forced here. You get a Gigabyte Ink for the 5 months. Thank you so much. Just Nepo stand a chance. I mean, he's getting a position that is that I kind of like in terms of the imbalance. I mean, black is objectively completely fine, but I like the imbalance here from Jan. So knight B3 is played. And let's see. So I guess if bishop E7, now you go E3 takes, and I mean, it's starting to look kind of nice for White, actually. The more I look at this is actually looking pretty nice. So I mean, knight B3 was played. I actually have to say, and if you go like bishop A7 here, which is another idea, why is this bad? Oh, you can go here and knight A5. Okay, again, this might be very good for White, but very computerish. Very, very computerish. If Nepo doesn't win today, is it over? I wouldn't say it's over, but the odds are very low. I mean, this is the last chance he has. I think, I mean, he's got a position that's imbalanced. It's unclear. So I think it's possible. So let's see. Yeah, so knight B3, I guess. There's bishop A7, B6, or E7. D6 is not possible because you just lose a pawn here in the center of the board. So we do get bishop E7. So I expect E3 takes. I mean, this looks good for White. I have to say, like, the bar seems to think it's good for White. I like it as a human. You got a lot of space in the center. I mean, I think if Jan goes E3, he's got the position that he needs. Doesn't mean he's going to win, obviously, but he has the type of position that he needs for this game where he can maybe create chances and win. Hey, time to tell him for the 7 months. Thank you so much. Time to tell him. Actually, the other board didn't update. Why? Let me refresh it. Okay, there we go. Do you think a part of Nepo wants all this just to be over? In a way, yes, but he got a rest day, so it allowed him to reset mentally. No, if the match is decided on points, they do not play all 14 games. The match ends when someone has gotten the required score to win the match. So just so people know. Magnus spending a lot of time. I don't know what the reasoning is, but I think that D4 was very strange for Magnus. I honestly want to say that I think D4 was I think D4 was just Magnus trying to create a game and not worrying about the situation and trying to be solid. I think he just thinks that he can outplay Jan no matter what, kind of. So we'll see if he gets punished for that attitude, because I actually don't like Magnus's position all that much. That doesn't mean that it's not okay, but in before Nepo wins 2 in a row and we get a match, there's zero chance Nepo wins the next game. Even if he wins today, there's zero chance he wins the next game. Magnus will not let the game get out of control. Arrested? What do you mean arrested? Did I say arrest? No, I said when the match finishes. When the match is over and someone gets the required score. I didn't say when they get arrested. What? What are you talking about? Did I? I don't think I did. Oh, arrest day. Oh. Arrest day. Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, wait a second. Okay. Yeah. You don't want to get arrested. Not in Dubai, as far as I know. So there you go. All right. Yeah. So, oh, you don't want to get arrested anywhere? Yeah, that's also true. You don't want to get arrested anywhere. How's your skin so amazing, man? I don't know. I don't do anything special. I just take my 1 shower a day, and that's it. So, thinking about Max lost in game for the 2 months. Thinking of Max lost in game. Appreciate it. Do I prefer Blitz over Classical? If so, why? I do, but a lot of people mistakenly assume that I say that just because I haven't had great results in Classical. But it's not actually the reason. The reason I prefer Blitz and Rapid more than Classical is because I feel like preparation has gotten too heavy to where the creativity, the creativity in the opening phase especially has been lost, and it still exists to some degree in Rapid and Blitz because you have to make split-second decisions. Whereas in Classical chess, it really just does not exist in the same kind of way anymore. So that's actually the main reason. A lot of people just assume, well, your rating's gone down, so of course you hate Classical, but that's not the actual reason. So yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel like also with so much time, people are able to defend immensely well, and I mean, I see that going both ways. Like, obviously, if I get a good position, they defend well, but even if I get a bad position, people defend very well, and so there's just a very high draw rate too. So it's like even this match. Look at this match. Players are so well prepared, and you still have we still had 5 draws to start the match. So that's the main reason. Am I still in TSM? Why do people keep asking that question? I do. Your name sounds very Japanese, but you don't sound very Japanese. How come? Primarily because I grew up in the United States of America. I was born in Japan, but I came here when I was 2 years old because my mom is American, and so I grew up in the U.S. So that's the main reason. And I grew up all over the U.S. too. I didn't just grow up on the East Coast. I spent a good chunk of time. I spent a lot of travel time down in the South. I spent time on the West Coast, the East Coast, and I've been all over the world as well. So it's like I'm just a weird mix. All right. People ask because Twitch changed the place where the team tag is. Oh, Twitch changed something. Oh, okay. That actually. Aha. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I get the point. That's actually a good point. You're right. I'm just popping up my stream. Yeah. It's not. You're right. It's not where it should be. Actually, where even is it? Okay. Not sure. All right. So, have I watched the Saudi Arabia GP? No, I haven't watched it, you guys. But I said earlier, I didn't play the World Rapid and Blitz in Saudi Arabia in 2018. I think it was 2018, right? Let me see if I can double check on the years. 17 or 18. Um, let me see what year it was. The year that it was held in was it was held in. I just want to make sure I get my year right, so I don't actually accidentally say the wrong year. It was in it was in 2017. Yeah, the World Rapid Blitz was held at the end of 2017 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and I skipped that event. I chose not to go to that event for a variety of reasons. I think people have probably seen my Twitter my tweet about it. And I didn't go, and I passed up a chance at $500,000. The top prize in Rapid was 250,000, and Blitz was 250,000 as well, and I passed up that opportunity. So that's just what I would say. I skipped it. I skipped a shot at 500K. And to give you an example, the World Rapid and Blitz, it still is a very good prize fund, but I believe the top prize fund the last like 2 years, it's been maybe like 75,000, maybe. I think it's been 75 or 80,000. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it's that it's. I'll tell you guys what it is. It's that I get annoyed by super long lines of preparation. Very specifically in E4, E5. That's a simple answer. I just get tired of the super long lines. Because it's not. It just does. I don't enjoy that. So that's what I would say. So, was I already doing really well? I was doing fine as a chess player, but I was not. It wasn't the same as being a streamer. So no, I mean that was a lot of money that I like. That was more money that I would make in a year as a professional chess player. So it was not. I mean, it's not a decision that I took lightly. That's what I would say. So, all right. Anywho, you guys. So okay, back to this position. Let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, I really like Jan's position. There's D4, there's Queen 2, Bishop F4. I like Hyper Modern. Hyper Modern also in classical doesn't really work very well. No, of course I made great. Of course I made great money as a chess player, but no, I mean I was not making that much money in a year as a top chess player. You need a wholesome Joe for the $5. Thank you so much. I think I did GP photos for the 1,000, but thank you to Hell's Kitchen Ninja for the 16 months. Thank you so much. So that's just what I would say. So anyway, let's see what happens. Magnus got some previous sponsors. No, Magnus does very well, but I think what I would say about Twitch is that if you have sponsors, you do some of these one-off sponsorship deals and all these other things, it's more money than you'll make in a single chess tournament. So let's leave it at that. Okay, so in this position, let's see. Magnus has a4. He has castles. What else does he have here? I'm kind of hard pressed to come up with moves. I got my shaker yesterday and got to use it this morning. 1 second. Yeah, so those of you guys who are wondering, of course, we have our shaker. There you go. We have our GMHikaru shaker on gfuel.com. So make sure to go order your shaker from G Fuel. Once again, if you do order it, you bring it to like TwitchCon, or if I do a meetup at some point down the road, make sure to bring your shaker, and I will sign it, of course. Isn't today your birthday? No, today's not my birthday. Isn't today? Today's the day that will rest. Today's the day that will rest in infamy. Isn't that what it is? I think so. No, today is the date which will live in infamy. Sorry, that's what the saying is. Yeah, today is Pearl Harbor Day. It's actually really weird. Like I have been there. It's a very strange feeling going and being at the Pearl Harbor Memorial in Honolulu, and seeing like the ship below the memorial. So it's a very eerie, kind of weird feeling. Okay, so we have knight g4 played here by Magnus. Apparently this is a good move. So I guess the idea here is that if d4 you can take, and I guess the point is that after like just castles, I mean, I feel like white's better because the center, but black does have the bishop pair here, so I don't love it. Thank you, Yulanov, for the 3. Thank you to Pleasar for the 9 as well. Thank you so much. All right. What do you think was yesterday? I don't know. Anyway, sorry you guys, I'm still a little hungry. I haven't eaten in like 12 hours. I need to eat a bar. Ian says bishop c5 is the only move. Interesting. Thank you to GVOs for 1,000 bits. Can I say hi to someone? Yeah, big shout out to Vina. Congrats on the 35-year marriage. Congrats on the anniversary. So yeah, there you go. All right, now will Jan find bishop c5? Is the big question. He just plays it instantly. Now, see, this is I'm gonna give you guys something here. See, this is what makes Jan so frustrating to watch at times. Because like, here's the thing. Jan plays really fast in some of the other games, and it's wrong. It's just completely wrong. Now here today he plays really fast. He plays the right move. Like, this is why he's such an up and down kind of player, and it's so frustrating to watch him play, because sometimes when he's like playing like right now, it's like, wow, how did he find this instantly? And then other times he just misses things and he moves instantly and it's bad moves. So it's very very perplexing when we see this from Jan. This cannot still be prep. There's no chance this is prep. There's no chance this is still prep. No chance. I mean, Magnus has never played the setup. I mean, unless he has a spy in Magnus's camp, there's no way. I mean, Magnus never plays e6 d5 for starters. Never plays d4. Knight c6 and bishop g5 is not standard. There's no way. Fabiano thinks it's prep. Okay, he must have a spy in Magnus's camp. I can't recall a game where I've ever seen Magnus play e6, d5, d4. Magnus has played e6, but I don't think he's played e6, d5, and d4. Like e6, d5, I think he played not much, but he's played. But I don't think he's ever played d4, at least in the games that I've seen. So I don't know. Magnus is just limit testing, maybe. I refuse to believe that Magnus, who never plays this setup, suddenly is playing. No, this is not prep. Have I ever had a spy in my camp? No, I have not. No shot. Mm-mm. I do have one thing to say, you guys. There was a game I played many years ago where I thought that maybe like a house, like one of the maids or someone had actually looked at my computer. So I'm gonna give you guys a short story. Speaking of spies, and how much it affects you mentally. So thank you to Jay Shaver for the 5 gifteds. In 2005, I played this tournament in Stepanakert, or in Nagorno-Karabakh, the disputed region of Armenia, I guess now technically Azerbaijan. And so I played a tournament there, and in the middle of the tournament, it was just one of these days. The housekeeping came to clean my room, and my mom and I, we were there, and we went out to take a walk, get some lunch, whatever it was. And I left my computer on by accident. And I remember that so I left the computer on, whatever, I go play the game a little bit later, and my opponent is magically prepared for my Slav defenses. I think this guy no longer is. I think he's no longer alive, unfortunately. But this Armenian grandmaster's name was Ashot Nadanian, I think was his name. And I played against him, and he was completely prepped for my Slav, and I was like, WTF? I wasn't really playing the Slav all that much at the time, and I kind of just fell apart in the game. So I will say that it really does affect your mental if you think that something's going wrong, something's going on. Additionally, for an actual story about spying, one of Garry Kasparov's trainers, let me see if I can find it. Find an actual which match it was. One of Garry Kasparov's trainers, one of Garry Kasparov's trainers was apparently a spy for Anatoly Karpov in their match. So when they played their 1986 World Championship match, let me see if I can pull this. See if I can find it. There's some article on it. But when they played, Garry lost a couple of games in a row, and after losing a couple of games, he sacked the guy. He thought that he was a spy for Karpov, and I don't know if it's actually true, but that's what they've said. So who knows? Yeah. Yeah, during the 1986 World Championship match against Anatoly Karpov, Kasparov lost 3 games in a row. So Garry lost 3 games in a row, and he concluded that this Russian Grandmaster Evgeny Vladimirov was spying for Anatoly Karpov. Later, Kasparov wrote that he had no grounds to accuse the second, but the damage to Vladimirov's career was done. Wow. Okay, so maybe it wasn't true. Maybe it wasn't actually true, but yeah, that's what happened. So Garry lost 3 games, and he accused the second of spying. So yeah. It's not. You see, welcome to chess, you guys. Everybody thinks chess players are like, we're all sane, we're like normal people. But if you lose 3 games in a row, it's not your own fault. You got to find somebody to blame, right? You got to find someone to blame. Yeah, it's not my fault. My second is spying. He's giving away all my openings to everybody else. Yeah. Gotta have a fall man, exactly. Yeah, gotta have a fall man. Yeah. No, but it's actually bad because since I found this little paragraph, I mean the guy's career was ruined after that. He never really had a chance. So it's not a joke. Hey Thomas M for the prime, then Nabo for the prime. I mean, if Magnus loses, he should fire Peter Heine Nielsen, because clearly, I mean, no strong sane GM can find this. There's no way this can be prepped. Magnus never plays D4, so I mean, surely someone in Magnus's camp is obviously giving Nepo the goods here. You know, 49ers 1969 for the gift sub. Thank you so much to 49ers. It'd be cool if stuff like that still happened. Yeah, but we live in a different world now. People aren't as I don't know. People don't do the same kind of crazy stuff anymore. I mean, it's like when Anatoly Karpov and Viktor Korchnoi played their world championship match. Korchnoi thought that basically What do you think? He thought that there were KGB spies putting stuff in his yogurt, if I remember correctly. So he that's what he thought. He thought that like the spies were somehow like doing subliminal messaging through his yogurt. So again, like I said, we don't live in the same world anymore. Yeah. All right. Do I think Jan can win from the current position? It's possible. I mean, I like Jan's position here. I like his position. Cannot lie. I like it. So let's see. What's going to happen here? So Magnus is thinking, I'm going to be honest, I don't like Magnus's position at all. Yeah. All right. So anyway, what is there specifically to discuss, I guess, is the question in this position. As we look at this position, my guess is that White wants to go like Queen 2, maybe. I mean, like, for example, say you castle, because this looks like the human move. Takes what? D4, rook D8. I mean, I feel like black is okay here. I guess let's turn on the lines. What are the lines here? So, bishop E7. Queen E7, it says A4. Stops A4, rook D8, D4, and really, it says white's better here. Interesting. I mean, maybe white is better for the computer. Again, this feels like a very small edge, though. It feels like a very small edge. It doesn't feel like a concrete plan. So I don't know how much better white really is here. Oh, D4 instead of bishop E7. No, but if you go D4, there's A4 then, and now you get the wrong setup with rook D8 or even E5 potentially. Like both these moves don't. It doesn't look right. The knight looks too loose on C5. So I don't love this. Benjamin will be joining in about 1 hour, or not 1 hour, about 34 minutes, you guys. So he will be joining us a little bit later on. Yeah. Yeah, he will be joining us. All right, so castles is played. Magnus doesn't really have to win the game. A draw is a completely fine result for him here. It's really on Jan. Jan has to press. Now, if Jan takes and plays A4, for example, if he takes and plays A4, I would say like 95% accuracy, or not 95% certainty that this is some kind of weird prep. So we'll see. Oh, Benjamin's asleep. Yeah, Benjamin's actually human, unlike me. He needs his beauty sleep. Whereas I'm just like, I just get up at 4 a.m. every day. So that's just what I would say. Yeah. 1 second. Benjamin does not live in the Netherlands. He lives in America. He's going to school in St. Louis, Missouri. So Benjamin is in the United States. Thank you to Alexi for the 3. Thank you, user friendly, for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do I have a long drive? I'm not gonna sort of like self dox, but it's not a crazy long drive. It could be long if there's traffic though. If there's traffic, it could be long. But I don't always wake up at 4 a.m. by the way. I don't. St. Louis, Missouri. I mean, it's what it is. My normal sleep schedule, I mean, I still stream in the morning because there are a lot of EU fans. So I tend to stream in the morning, somewhere around like 7. Sometimes I start at like 6, but normally it's closer to like 7, 7:30. Do I ever sleep at TSM? I try not to. Actually, I don't think I ever have. Maybe when I do my subathon, I will. There's no traffic at 4 a.m. even in LA, but if it was later, it could be. Queen D2 is a move. I have a bad feeling about this for Magnus. I feel fine for Magnus. XQC started early today. Yeah, I don't know what time he started at. XQC is just crazy. He's a legend. I mean, nothing else needs to be said about XQC. The guy's just a legend. Most expensive chess that I've ever played it. I don't know. He's offline because of a power outage. He must be in the wrong part of town. Like I feel like I almost have never had power outages out here. Any negotiations on going on with YouTube? No. My contract's not up for like several months, and even if stuff was going on, I wouldn't talk about it. But no, nothing's going on. So no, I'm pretty happy on Twitch. I will say that. Waiting for the next MasterChef. Oh, I'm gonna watch. I think I'm gonna watch MasterChef Canada or Australia on stream at some point. I also want to do some react on like Shark Tank possibly as well. So yeah. Okay, Nepo looks frustrated. Okay, that's not good. Not good. That's not good at all. Australia MasterChef is awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna watch something. I don't know which one. There's also Shark Tank as well, which is pretty good too. Nepo got a haircut. Apparently he did. I don't know, but he did. We didn't do Reddit React. We might do Reddit React today. If not today, we'll do it tomorrow. No, Benjamin Bach will be joining. Watch Italian MasterChef. No, because chat would not understand a word, so that wouldn't make any sense at all. Okay, so we're still waiting on a move. This is probably, by the way, I'm gonna say this is a critical moment. This is a critical moment. Watch live PD. Nah, I could never watch something like that. So yeah, this is a critical moment of the game. If Jan does not play either a4 here or bishop e7, he's not going to win this game. It's already that critical that if he doesn't play one of these two moves, he's not going to win. D4 is best. I mean, like I said, I think takes with a4. Sorry, takes a4 with d4. I thought was the best move. I think d4 is not best here because d4 allows a4, and after takes knight c5, there's e5, as I pointed out earlier, and black should be completely fine. Maybe on Sessa it says different, but I'm pretty sure this is not good for white. So I think Magnus being down 30 minutes, him being down 30 minutes will be serious if Jan plays a4 or bishop e7 with a4. Any other way of playing this, and I think black's just completely fine because your structure is bad here. You have a backwards pawn, you need to push it, but if you can attack your knight, you have nothing. So it's actually we're already at the critical moment of the game. We're at the absolute critical moment. Over under on 11 games, we have what? They've played how many games have they played so far? They've played what? They've played 8 games. They've played 8 games. So if it's 11, that means 3 more games. So Magnus needs for it to be more than 11 games. Magnus needs to get 2.5. He needs to get what? 2.5 out of the next 3. 7.5 is the winning score, and he's only got 5. Oh, I mean, there's no chance. It's 100% going to be the over. There's no way. There's no way. This is going to go 12 games, I think. Did I know that Ivanchika streamed the games? Yes, I did. I think it's great to see. I think it's fantastic. You know, to quote that famous tweet by a certain someone, you know, it's even someone like Ivanchik who can't cut it as a professional chess player is having to stream. So it's great to see that Jan is or not Jan, sorry, that Vasily is streaming. Really, really good. So yeah, I think takes and maybe a4 and d4. Magnus will win today. I have to, like I said, if Jan does not trade or go a4 here, he's not going to win this game. That's just what I would say. It'll be insane if Jan comes back. It could happen, but I would say it's very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. So yeah, and of course, to be clear, I'm memeing off of a certain tweet. Like, if out of anybody, Ivanchik is like the consummate chess pro. Like, he's someone who's been cutting it for a very, very long time in the world of chess. So yeah, let's see. Let's just see what is. I'm not even really gonna do analysis here. I'm just gonna talk to you guys because I don't really. I mean, this is a critical moment. There are no other moves that make sense. For Jan, I don't think I think a4 is the move, but it's not natural to me. And as I said before, not to do the I told you so, but I knew this wasn't prep. I knew this whole bishop c5 was just on the spur of the moment, that this wasn't prep. Why did my name disappear from the FIDE list? Because I haven't played a classical game in 2 years due to COVID, but I will be playing in 2022. So no harm, no foul. What's the drama with Ivanchik? Oh, there's no drama. High King of Noldor. The reason that I referenced that was because Nigel Short made this ridiculous tweet on Twitter where he basically said that players who quote unquote can't cut it are disappearing into the streaming world, basically. Um, so that's what he said. And of course, like Ivanchuk is one of the greatest, if not the greatest players to never become world champions. I'm basically memeing off of that. So let's see what Jan plays here. Again, not really a whole lot to talk about. What about Omicron or whatever could affect 22? I mean, markets don't care. I mean, everything I've seen, all the data, it looks very mild. So I'm not very concerned either. I'm not concerned either. So that's just what I would say. Plain and simple, you guys. So that's just what I would say. Can I get a bobblehead made? Definitely possible down the road. Definitely possible. Will I ever compete for the World Chess Championship? I know how it works. If I can qualify, yes. Hopefully, I can qualify. But no guarantees. Am I vaccinated? Yes, I am vaccinated. Fabiano says D4 is good. Well, the problem with D4 is what I point out. There's a technical issue, like a direct technical issue, which is that after takes knight c5, there's e5, and your structure gets hit right away. Like, you want to play D4, but that's why you need to play A4 to stop black from removing the knight. Like, D4 looks right, but as I said, after A4 takes knight c5, e5, I don't see a good move. I mean, maybe if rook e1, because knight d4, you have queen d4 takes rook e7, which is good. But again, after rook d8, I don't see it. Where's the play? I mean, you can play h3, and now we get into one of these long lines. Knight d4, hg4, bishop g4. And I think you have a problem on the diagonal. I mean, maybe takes. No, but that's no good. Yeah, I think you have a problem here. I mean, you just have a. There's a fundamental issue with playing d4, which is why you have to play a4 and then d4 next. The more I look at this, the more I like takes in a4. It makes much more sense. Because why do you want to leave the bishop on c5? It's not really. I mean, I guess you can do it in this order, but it just feels like you're going to give a tempo on the knight. So if I was playing here, I would just take him. I would just take and play a4, and then I'd go d4 next, almost regardless of what black does. So that's just what I would say about this position. Once again, a big shout out to the nearly 9,000 you guys who are watching. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday morning, afternoon, evening, or Wednesday morning if you're in Asia. Hope you guys are doing well, and hope you're enjoying the coverage. Good morning. Finally, the English opening. Yeah, again, not to say I told you so, but I told you so. I knew Jan needed to play the English. I wish he had done this earlier in the match, but of course, in hindsight, it's much easier to see what should or shouldn't be done. Whoa, Sessa says D. Whoa, what does Sessa say? It says D4, A4, takes, knight C5, E5, rook E1, rook D8, B4. Wow, this is crazy. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, this is okay. I mean, this is why computers are 3,800 and we're pathetic. Okay, yeah, that's just nuts. That's just completely nuts. Completely nuts. Thank you to Edwardian for the 5 gifted subs. Any chance for us to go to tiebreakers? Possibly. Oh, it says knight takes a4, not before. I don't know. But anyway, that's a computer line. I'm not going to delve too deeply. But to me, this looks right. Although, again, it feels kind of wrong. I mean, you have to be careful because there might even be a b6 here. I mean, probably no good, but you do have to be careful here. Am I cheering for someone in particular? Yeah, I'll be honest. Today, I'm definitely cheering for Jan. In general, I don't have a favorite, but I want the match to be close. I want there to be some hype, so I have to root for Jan today. So today I have to be as biased as possible. Thank you to the fake Giannis for 7 months. Thank you so much to the fake Giannis. Thank you to Hertz of Hers for the prime. Wait, what's this say? Ciao Hikaru, grazie per tutto quello che fai. Sono italiano e vorrei trovare giocatori tra 1000 e 1500 con cui migliorare e condividere qualche meme. Aiutami tu. So you want to play with players between 1000 and 1500. Non so dove giocare in Italia. Non ci sono molti club. però su internet è sempre, sempre possibile giocare. Mi dispiace che non è possibile aiutarti in un modo più facile. All right. Anyway, back to the chess. Thank you to Ergbert for the 5 months as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you to Ergbert. English only. Yeah, we only speak American here. We don't speak any of these other languages. Only American. So yeah. I have a funny accent. Well, the thing is, I was trying to find words, and I haven't really spoken Italian in a long time. Problem is, like, all the other languages are like, the thing is, other languages come more naturally to me. Like, for example, like, I have a much better accent for French. My accent is much better. Even Spanish, I have a better accent than I do for Italian. But I obviously, like, I'm not anywhere near fluent in either of those two. So that's what I would say. I don't know Spanglish. What is Spanglish even? I don't even know what Spanglish is. I mean, I know a little Spanish because obviously I speak Italian, so, like, just because of the similarities, I mean, I do speak some, but yeah, my accent is better on the other languages. I should speak Spanglish. Well, I've lived in I mean, like, California, of course, a lot of people speak Spanish. Florida, everybody speaks Spanish. New York, a lot of people speak Spanish. So I've always lived in places where people speak Spanish. All right. Yeah. All right. So what are we waiting? What are we waiting on here in this position? We're waiting on either a4, bishop e7, d4. Those are really the only three moves. I mean, maybe you can play h3 too. Again, I don't really know why you'd want to kick the knight back there, because the knight is kind of airy here. It's a little bit loose. Like, I just realized there's this other line with like, let's just say d4, or not d4. Sorry, you go like a4 takes some b6. I realized there's like an issue with maybe a knight h4 trick where you hit both knights at the same time. So I mean, h3 doesn't really make sense, because all you do by playing h3 is help the knight get back to where it wants to be. So that's just what I would say, is that it doesn't really make sense. So a4, bishop e7, or d4, one of those three moves has to be played. Did streaming initially make you anxious? I don't know about anxious. It's hard, because the problem is, and I think you guys have consensus from, actually, you guys should be able to sense from the press conference, when you're playing like high level professional chess, there's a lot of this, like, I don't know what the right word is, but a lot of this, like, you aren't completely honest, or you try to hide certain things. You try to sort of play it very close to the vest. And when streaming, it's quite the opposite. You have to be the exact opposite, where you basically you just joke completely, you don't care at all. And so because of that, it was that probably was the hardest thing. Is that like, when you're playing, and you see it in the press conference too. Like, I'll give you an example. Hans asked a very good question, Hans Niemann, the talented American junior player, about, like, Magnus playing one opening, Magnus playing all the openings, whereas Jan's just been playing e4, e5 the whole match. Now, if that was a normal situation, or like you're in my situation, I'll openly tell you why I would do that or would not do that. But Magnus and Jan are both having to sort of be very, like, cagey and not actually answer the question. And that's the hardest thing, I would say, about like being a pro chess player and like then streaming, is that you really have to just like let that go, and not try to play it very close to the vest. You just have to let it go, as they say in Frozen. Let it go. Just for that, I'm gonna have to play the song. 1 second. That's a 1 second. Let me find it. Let's pull it up. It was right. 1 second. Let me find it. There we go. Much better music, you guys. Thank you to Pappy Isis for the Prime. Thank you so much, Pappy Isis. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nightwish. Nightwish is a great. Nightwish has that song. What is it? Last of the Wilds, right? That was my theme song for various US championships that I used to play in when I won in 2009. I was staying in a hotel in downtown St. Louis, because I mean at that time things were a little bit different. And the theme song was Last of the Wilds. That was my theme song. We would drive over to the chess club in St. Louis and I'd play in the US Championship. That was the theme song. We would always blast Last of the Wilds. So yeah, I think it's Last of the Wilds. Play an ad? No, not yet. No ad right now. What is this music? As I said, you gotta let it go. Let it go, let it go. Favorite country I've ever visited? It's all relative. It's all relative. Okay, so we're still waiting on a move. Jan is using a lot of time. I'm gonna be honest. I like that Jan is using a bunch of time. Thank you to Zakwaku for the 2 months. Thank you to Zakwaku. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thoughts on Nepo as a player? Very talented player. Nepo has certain weaknesses that I feel like he's really eliminated going into this match. But I feel like some of these little weaknesses, Magnus, I don't know, he's been exploiting them. He's been like, they've been creeping back into Nepo's game just a little bit in this match. Yeah, his biggest weakness is rushing. Agreed. He rushes too often. That is 100% his biggest weakness. Do I think luck is a real factor in chess? Not really, but I'll give you an example of luck. And this has nothing to do with the game. But this match that Magnus is playing against Jan, the fact that Magnus won game 6, that was a great win, great game. But if that had been like during the sequence of 2 games as opposed to 3 in a row, Magnus would probably not be leading by 2 games. So like, I don't know if you want to call that luck or not, but that's the kind of luck you have in chess. It's not like luck like where people like make huge mistakes. It's very, very minor. Very minor. From 343 viewers to 9,000 viewers and drop again? What do you mean 343? I don't know. I'm not looking at it, but there's probably some glitch with Twitch or something. But yeah. So anyway, we aren't viewer Andes. We're just covering the event, you guys. That's what I'm doing. How about knight bd2, queen e2, a4, b4? Yeah, that might be playable actually. I don't know. So yeah. What would I do in Jan's position? I mean, I would probably take on e7. I'd probably take and play a4 and then go d4. I would pre-move d4 next move. That's what I would do. Can you last 7 hours in classical? I've played some very long games of classical chess. Yeah, of course. So that's what I would say. So of course I could play a 7-hour game of chess. You guys, please don't forget that I did used to play professional chess. I think a lot of people, because I stream so much and haven't played really many tournaments in the last like 2 years, people have forgotten that I actually have. Okay. Jan was looking at tilt in the last couple of games. What do you think about this one? He's gonna be fine because he had a rest day. He had a rest day. I've what's that? I've lasted longer than you. That's not what your mom said last night. Okay. So anyway, let's see. So Castle's played here. And we're still waiting for a move here. Still waiting for a move. I just had to throw that in there just one time. I mean, that's a classic. That's the classic streamer line. Hikaru is still number 2 in the world, number 1 next year. I mean, hopefully, we'll see. We'll see. Biggest threat in the SEC, who knows? Got to keep grinding, King. Yeah, I mean, we never stop. We just keep streaming, we keep grinding, keep rolling. So yeah. When will GM Benjamin Bach be joining? He'll be joining in about 12 minutes or so, which means I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break before we have Benji on. So I'm gonna take a short break, final short break, and then I think we're gonna have Benjamin on very, very shortly. I will send him a message. Let's see, is he awake or not? Where is Benjamin? There he is. All right, so I'm gonna take a short break. We're gonna come back. We're probably gonna get a move very soon, hopefully. But this is the critical moment, the ubermost, or the the most critical moment here in the game. So I'm gonna take a short break. We're gonna come right back, and we're just gonna keep rolling right along. I'll be back in a second. He's in St. Louis, not the Netherlands. All right, we're back, you guys. We're back. Oh wow, he plays d4. Amazing move. So Jan plays d4, so it's game on again. It's game on. By the way, even if I thought like a4 maybe was a little bit better, I like conceptually that Jan plays this, because now at least it's going to be very messy. Why no guess? We should have Benjamin Bach shortly, but Benjamin Bach has not responded to my message, so he might still be asleep. But I love the concept to create a mess. I love the concept to create a mess. So it's going to be exciting now, hopefully. Next few moves will probably be blitzed out by both players. I think the next few moves will be blitzed out by both players. So yeah, Benjamin's not awake right now. He's not responding. So anyway, we'll see what happens. D4 is weakening, but it's also very aggressive at the same time. So I like D4. I like D4. Benjamin is from the Netherlands, but like so many people, he's come to the great country of America, and he's living in America. He's going to school in America, and so he's on American time. All right, so d4. So I guess here the question is, what will black play? There's a4, there's bishop c5. There are multiple moves here. How is your Ethereum doing? I haven't looked at Ethereum. There's only one stock. Basically, I mean, it's really silly to say that there's only one stock I've been following lately. Literally only one stock. And that's it. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah. Which one? Yeah, good one. Thank you to Puzu for the 2 months. Thank you so much to Puzu. Appreciate it. All right. Just showing what opening. It's this is the this has been like a Catalan, I guess you could call it. It's like an English opening Catalan structure. Not 100% sure exactly what you would call this variation. It says actually wait, they say this is called A13. It says English opening the Agincourt defense. Don't ask me what Agincourt defense means, by the way, but it says it's the Agincourt defense. I'm just gonna write this in chat. A13 English opening Agincourt defense. Don't ask me what, I don't even know who Agincourt was, but that's what it says. Okay, so we have A4 played here. So let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, so A4 takes. So he's gonna take with the queen. Knight C5 is gonna happen, and then the question is, will Magnus play E5 or Rook D8? Those are the only two moves here. You got to do something really fast because you look at the bishop and the rook; they're not developed here. There's this really annoying diagonal as well when white moves the knight away. So, my guess is that probably you could take with a knight, but this looks very iffy because now you just concede the whole center. Even this position looks great for white. Your knight is off sides. White has a huge center. I don't like this position at all for black. So he will take with the queen. Knight c5 is probably going to be played almost immediately. And we'll see what happens after that. Agincourt is one of the most famous battles in medieval European warfare. Which medieval? Wait, which war was this? Was it in like the 1200s? Or no, it was around like 1000. No, but the 1000 that was the English. When they overthrew the king. That wasn't. Oh, it's English versus France. Oh, so this was what, like 1400s? It was 1400s, right? Yeah, 1415. Okay, that's when it was. Okay. Yeah, it was in the 1400s. Okay. Yeah. Well, let me Google it. Oh, it's King Henry V. Okay. 100-year war. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, the French and the French and the English, they never did get along. Okay, so we have knight c5 played here. Okay, Benjamin did wake up, by the way, so we'll have him join in a couple of minutes. Okay. Would it be rude to rotate the knight so it stares at the king? You definitely could. But yeah, it wouldn't be appropriate. History lessons, yeah. Okay. So I mean, e5 rook d8 seem right. I mean, a3 is also maybe a move, but I mean, a3 actually has some merit because like you do have to calculate this whole line. I mean, I guess this is probably okay for black somehow, but it is kind of annoying. So maybe you want to throw this little wrinkle in first. And now if white takes, you can go back to e5 or rook d8. And if white plays b3, I assume it's more the same, just rook d8, e5. Maybe rook d8 now because now you no longer hang the pawn in a4. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this position. I mean, I don't love this. Oh, a3, b4. A knight b4. Somehow computer says this is good. I see a big bar. Not sure. Maybe h3, knight f6, knight e5. I mean, wild. I actually kind of like that for white. So we'll see. Is b4 findable? I mean, after e5, rook d1, rook e8. I mean, that's a little bit much. I think. I think that's probably too much. Too much here is what I would say. But again, it's yeah. It's possible, definitely possible. But Benjamin's going to be joining us in a couple of minutes. We'll have Benjamin Bach joining us and going from there. So yeah. So we'll see. I really like white's position. I mean, I like the position. It's just a question of, for us humans, for us puny humans, can we work it out to an advantage? The computer obviously will win this position very convincingly, but that's really the question: is can we as humans, prove the same thing? But I will say this: I like Jan's position. I have to be honest. I like his position. Who am I rooting for? Today I'm rooting for Jan. Normally I don't have a favorite, but today I have to root for Jan because you want the match to be more. You want more hype. You don't want it to fizzle out ahead of time. And if this game, like Magnus wins or it's a draw, I would say there's like 95% certainty Magnus just wins. Today's the last chance for Jan, really. So today I have to root for. Jan, 100%. You want to draw? I don't want to draw because that means like the next game and the next game will be very boring. Or Magnus will just win out of the opening because Jan will have to try really hard as black. So yeah, I have to root for Jan to win this game. It's just because it makes it much more exciting. So that's just what I would say. Anyway, Benjamin is going to join, so my camera will probably temporarily freeze while I set up my Zoom. But I will set it up anyway. I'm gonna freeze, right? Did I freeze? I froze, right? I did freeze. Okay. Second. Okay, so I sent a link to Benjamin, and we will have Benjamin joining momentarily, you guys. So just bear with us as we do this. Stockfish would beat Magnus in this position. Why didn't Jan bring Stockfish? Well, because I mean, because wait, let me turn this off. Because frankly, I mean, you can't cheat. That's why you can't cheat. Plain and simple. Can I speak Finnish? No, I don't speak Finnish. Sorry, you guys. I don't speak Finnish. But this is gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. Why can't we cheat? Because you can't cheat, you guys. You got to use your puny human brain and come up with the best move. It's a battle of the minds. A battle of the minds. But your sister Nemo speaks Finnish. First of all, that's a very bad stereotype. And no, Nemo is not my sister. Secondly, no. I mean, I've only gone through the airport like once there, so I don't speak Suomi. My brain is not my brain is not a puny. Yeah. Blunder? Who said blunder? Oh, A through is played. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that's just so bad. Okay, now the question is, will Jan play B4 here? If Jan plays B4 in this position, it's going to get really, really spicy. But we're just going to see if he can do it, actually. Hikaru's saying it's so bad for playing himself. Well, because now that I know what the computer says, I obviously I can tell that it's bad. But it's again, every move. This is why it's so hard for humans, especially if you're not a professional player, to understand. Because like all these positions, you see this big edge for one side or another, but it comes down to like one single move. And if you miss one move in the position, I'll refresh the board. Sure, you miss one single move, then the whole advantage is gone. That's what makes it so difficult. Fabiano found B4. Oh, I thought you were talking about the other B4. I'm sure he can find B4 right away. The question is, will he see how strong this 95 idea is? This is the question. Will he understand how strong the ponies are in the center of the board? That's the big question. If he finds, if he plays B4 here, I think there's a very high likelihood that Jan will win the game. I think it's probably like 60-40 that he'll win if he plays A3 B4. So we'll see. Being destroyed Levon, I didn't see that match at all. You guys have heard about it, but I didn't see it. I mean, basically the main point is that like you don't care about a pawn because black can't ever develop this bishop or this rook. Like he can't go this way because if you push, you lose the rook. Can't go this way because the knight is in front of the pawn. So your bishop and your rook are really, really bad here, basically. That's the reason. A3 is played. Yeah, it's gonna refresh after the next move. So yeah, I think it's probably 60%. Maybe it's 60. No, 60 is too high because I'm forgetting that it draws a result, or that Magnus could win still. Rather, So I guess what I would say is no, 60 is too high. It's probably something like, I think it's like probably maybe it's like 45% that Jan wins. Maybe like, I want to say like 20% maybe that Magnus wins, and then that's what I said, 45-25, so it's 70 and 30% draw, maybe something like that. But that's only if A3 B4 happens. If A3 B4 doesn't happen, then I'm not so sure. Furiously using the engine to calculate the odds. Yeah, the board's not refreshing for some reason, but Fabiano says A3 is very good. Well, yeah, because long term, if you get this pawn structure and you can get the knight here, you could win in an end game, obviously. So A3 is a good move. So I mean, it's a good move from the traditional sense. But if you find B4 and you understand H3 knight E5 or B1 or Queen B3, there's a lot of play. But if you play anything except B4, all your chances of winning kind of go out the window. Oh no, Jan took the pawn. Wait. Did Jan take the pawn on B4? Uh-oh. No, he didn't? Okay. All right, no, I'm just making sure because of course it's not updating for whatever reason. Debate, yeah. I'm watching him. He didn't. Okay, yeah. If he plays B4, it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting. Whose guests are we inviting? We will be inviting we will be inviting Benjamin Block. He'll be joining soon. Do I think Dink can beat me? Of course he could beat me. I mean, Anish could have beaten me. Anybody could beat me in the match. But if I play well and I'm consistent, I think I'm still a favorite just because I have this huge bullet edge. So we'll see. Oh no, he took. Oh no, he took the pawn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, yeah, the board refresh. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. And like that, you guys, this is why I'm saying, like, when you start seeing these big computer edges, you don't realize that like these edges, the computer will play it perfectly and win every time. But for us humans, you make one little slip, one wrong move, and it's just like it's gone. It's like poof, it's gone up in dust. So now it's like, yeah, now it's gonna be now it's I don't know. Now it's gonna be very tough. I mean, Rook D8 looks good, E5 looks good. There's probably Rook A3 also, like, yeah. No, I'm not saying that he should have found B4, but my point that I'm making is that it's just like that's why chess is so hard at the professional level, because you like if you make one little slip when you have the advantage, it's all gone just like that. With one like slight mistake, one miscalculation, one sort of brain fart, whatever you want to call it, it's just all gone. Yeah, computers. I mean, that's why computers are 3800. They literally don't blunder. They literally don't blunder. They'll just play the best move every single time. Seeing Jan take that pawn shows he's really not going to win a single game. I don't know, but yeah, I don't feel great about this position. I have to be honest. I really don't feel very good about it now. Yeah, I don't feel good at all. Thank you to Ruse Naku for the prime. Thank you to Bruce Moore for the 7. Thank you to Fabian for the 6 months. Thank you so much to Fabian. I appreciate it. Watch Maddox squeeze out a win. That would be really tragic, but yeah, I don't know. Now I mean, I think now the odds go way down because the odds go way down for winning because now you don't really, you still have the center, but you don't really have play in the center. That's the problem. You just have, it's very limited. So yeah, it's tricky. Magnus's first one was also a draw. Yes, that was there was much more of an imbalance. Here it's very static, although in the long run, now white structure could become weak. I will say that. There is some danger here that because the pawns are split, like the center can be easily attacked. And if black hits like b6 and bishop a6, then you could actually end up in a lot of trouble here. So I could see Magnus swindling this maybe, or putting pressure on Jan. Jan has been the most disappointing challenger in the last 2 decades. Very hard to say. I mean, this whole match hinges on that on game 6 is what I would say. Game 6, if it goes differently, the whole match is different. So I think that's a little bit unfair to say that it's like most disappointing because the result's getting lopsided. But if Game 6 goes differently, the whole match is different. That's what I would say. Is he playing his best? No, I think tilted is the wrong word, but he's not playing his best. And I mean, the match situation is definitely a big problem. Yeah. Anon 2013. I don't know. I thought Anon really put up put up great resistance at times. But yeah, Game 6 kind of set everything in this match is because of what happened in Game 6. Can I show the line with B4? I did earlier. I did earlier. So it's just tough spot to be in here. Very, very tough spot. And what can you do? I mean, the first loss tilted him for sure. That second loss doesn't happen if he doesn't lose that first one. So it's all because of it's game by game what happened. But it is what it is. But this is actually a bad. This is bad that he took on A3 because it shows you that he's not feeling comfortable either. I think a poker face and I as well. Oh, Benjamin finally showed up. 1 second. You hear me, Benjamin?
Yep, I can hear you.
1 second. Let me turn the cams back on. Okay, that does look good. Where's my cam? Okay, there we go. Okay, so it should be good. Let me adjust this just a little bit. Okay, good. All right, 1 second. Smaller. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. So how's it going? You having a good morning?
Pretty good, yeah. How are you doing?
Pretty good. So unfortunately, we reached this critical moment. The opening. I guess first question. What do you think of Jan playing D4 here? Oh wait, sorry. Wait, your name's wrong. 1 second. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
That's from yesterday. Sorry. Yeah. Wait. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Yeah.
So first question. What do you think about Magnus playing D4 on move 3?
Yeah, well, D4 is like not a new move, but how he followed it up with knight C6 and bishop C5, that's quite interesting because usually they would play C5 and it would transpose into some sort of Benoni where white would have like 3 extra tempi, but it would still be fine for black, which shows what a great opening the Benoni is.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And yeah, I was getting sort of my hopes up for Jan. It looked like he got a original position, but it feels like now it could easily become very dry, and I feel like Magnus is still pretty solid. But what is your take?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I think this was a critical moment after A3 here. I mean, B4 was probably a better move with knight B4, H3, knight F6, knight E5, and white gets a lot of play on the B file for the pawn that you sacrifice. I felt like this was really the critical moment. But again, I think the main thing that I'm what I feel like is happening is like the computers give these positions as like 0.5 or 0.6 or whatever it is for white, but it feels like the line, it's so like there's such a thin margin. It's like you have to play every single best move. It's not where you have like 2 or 3 good moves. You only have 1 move to keep the advantage, and it feels like after BA3 rook D8, I don't know, I feel like this is headed for a draw as well. Kind of, it just doesn't feel like white has. I don't see the initiative. I don't see the play. Because now I think you just have with the weak hanging pawns on C4 and D4.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. It's indeed very tough because if you make a move like B4, indeed you would have to know the exact follow up, and if you don't, then you can easily be down a pawn, or it can peter out anyway, right? So with B takes A3, at least he takes a pawn, but yeah, so rook D8 was played. And knight at B3, but I mean, if black takes on A3, let's say with the queen,
right? You probably go what, like queen C2 or queen E? Maybe C2 allows knight B4. Maybe just go to E2 so you can put a rook on D1 and keep an eye on the knight. But still, yeah, it doesn't, like, for example, let's just say I play really bad. I mean, really random moves like just bishop D7. Rook
Yeah, I
f
was
d1,
wondering
bishop
the
e8.
same.
Like, I mean, where is I just don't see the advantage because even though white's better, what is black's weakness even really here? Is it the diagonal towards the rook? I mean,
Yeah,
it does not feel like it's enough.
yeah, I feel like only the diagonal could potentially create some chances for white, but indeed, I feel like we're working with very thin margins here, and it sort of reminds me of all these games in the reload pass, right, where Jan got a slight advantage out of the opening, but
Right.
Magnus was able to always neutralize it. So I don't know. I hope that Jan will create some chances today.
Mhm.
Um, Generally, I'm fairly neutral, but I do hope that Jan wins today, so the match will be open again.
Right, I kind of agree. Actually, that's why I'm disappointed B takes A3, because if the match is closer, I understand it, but here I feel like he should just throw all caution to the wind and try to just
Mhm.
like play something. Like if he loses the game, big deal. Like I mean, I think a draw is the same thing as a loss, honestly, because I don't think he has chances. I mean, he's got what? He's white in this is game number 9, so he's got white. He's only has 2 more whites, right? 11 and
Exactly. Yeah.
13. So 2 more
Yeah.
whites, 3 blacks. I mean, at least like it just feels like he should go for broke here, and this feels like I just don't see how he can really claim an advantage here.
Yeah. No, I
It's just
agree. And yeah, like you said, I think this is a must game as well. This will be, yeah. He will have 2 more white games after this.
right.
And will he win both those white games? I think that's unlikely.
Hmm.
But if he wins this game, there's still time. Right, he still has those 2 white games, but otherwise, yeah. I mean, he just needs to win today.
I mean, I guess I feel like 2 out of 3 is possible, but 2 out of 2 is not going to happen. Like
No.
it's unlikely to begin with, obviously, but like 2 out of 3 maybe, or 1 out of 2. But if it's where you have to win multiple games and it's not just winning once, I just don't see it happening. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see. I mean, oddly, computer
Right.
I think still gives white an edge, but I'm not really feeling it here. I just it feel to me as a human, it feels I don't really see the clear cut path to getting an
Yeah.
advantage. I mean, maybe I mean okay, so let's say queen a3, queen e2, bishop d7. Maybe there's some knight c5. Oh wait, knight c5. Maybe you have knight c5, so there's no knight d4 because the
Yeah,
knight's
but
still in
actually,
g4.
I was thinking, like, why do we actually take with the queen? Maybe we should actually take with the rook.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, because then
And
you can maybe go b6 later too. Well, but I guess
well,
b6
that is
allows
one
knight
idea,
d4.
but let's say bishop d7, bishop e8, rook da8. And if you're
Mm-hmm.
playing against Magnus, you would already get where, am I not slightly worse?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally agree with that. Actually, yeah, Rook A3, I think Rook A3 is more human because Queen A3 just it looks good, but what does it really do?
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of would expect that, but I
Yeah.
still
But at the
I feel
same
like it's
time,
so thin. I just feel like it's an edge, but it's gonna be so hard for a human to convert. So hard.
yeah, no, I agree. And I was gonna say that at the same time, the pawn on a3 is not going anywhere. So black can play maybe a move like
Knight
what about bishop
F6.
d7?
Okay.
Yeah, knight f6, right? You can play knight f6 first.
Maybe Knight 8. What about Knight F6, Knight F5? Maybe. I mean, it feels weird, but is it really that bad?
Sorry, what? Knight
No,
f6?
instead of knight f6, knight h6 to go to f5.
Aha, yeah, well that's also an idea. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it looks really strange, but if white can't ever like push the pawn, then you try to put a ton of pressure with the knights and the rook. I mean, that looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Knight h6 looks like a good move. Um I mean it like maybe white can get d5 through at some point.
Right. Oh, he okay. Well, sure enough, he moves the knight. He plays knight f6 right away.
Yeah.
Which is more. I mean, I will say like it feels more human than moving to the rim to go to f5. So it's not
Yeah.
surprising. But now, what does white do? Because like it's just so hard. I mean, I guess maybe you can try to play for like some 95 somewhere. I don't know, like queen e2, queen
Yeah.
a3, queen e2, queen a3, and I don't know, 90. Well, 95 allows knight d4, so maybe rook f d1.
And if we take the rook on a3,
Oh, right.
maybe
Sorry.
rook
Yeah. Sorry. That's right.
fe1.
Yeah. Rook takes
Maybe rook
a3, rook
fe1
fe1 to threaten
to try to
d5.
push through d5, yeah.
Queen f8, I suppose.
Queen f8. So we
And
cannot play knight e5. Maybe we have to
rook a d.
go rook 81.
Yeah, I assume rook a d1, but then can't black just go b6 and bishop b7?
Right, yeah. It is super solid, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this is Again, I mean, I know computer says an advantage, but I mean, Yana's gonna have to show an accuracy level which he has not shown throughout this match. I think is the way of putting it. If
Right.
he wants to prove any kind of advantage here.
Yeah. I think that's been Jan's main problem in the sense that I think he's gotten better positions out of the opening.
Mm-hmm.
With White, he was getting slight advantages, but he was not really able to create any real problems for Magnus. Magnus always did a great job of
Oh wait, he played
neutralizing.
rookie one. Wait, why did he play
Okay.
rookie one so quickly? Wait, I'm gonna ask chat because maybe I'm insane, but I feel like Knight F6 was played a second ago and rookie one. Was this played? This was played like instantly, wasn't it, chat?
Yes.
I'm just making sure. I'm just asking my chat. Yes. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, I don't. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. To watch you on sometimes. So I feel like he has great understanding. He plays great moves, but sometimes he also just moves too fast, and it's like it just feels like I don't know what Magnus has done, but Magnus has made it so that this ability of moving too quickly and doing this is like crept back into his game. I felt like when he played the Candace, he really got rid of that. And
Hmm.
now it's like it's crept back into his game here in the match again. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, 1.5 minutes to move. I mean, that's just inexcusable in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah. I heard this thing that because Nepo is slightly on tilt, so to speak,
Hmm.
he sort of gets back to his old ways.
Ah, right. So you get back to doing what you were doing before. That's true. Yeah, I could see that. No, that's a good
Yeah.
point. Um, but I mean, but he shouldn't be tilted. He had a day off. I mean, to be
Exactly. Yeah.
fair, like I don't know. He had a day off, so he really shouldn't be. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just like yeah, you start reverting back to what you're doing before.
Yeah.
And yeah, he calculates fast. Big deal. Maybe it's a computer that would be true, but he's not a computer, you guys.
Yeah, but I heard from I mean it's sort of commonly known that yeah, Jan does struggle with losses.
Hmm.
And I think he's had many tournaments where he would play great and then suddenly would lose three in a row.
Right, that is true. You're right. Hmm.
And they just cannot happen at any level because you just completely tank your rating, your tournament standings, or
Right.
whatever it is, right?
Yeah, no, that's actually true. You're right. I feel like more than any other player, he has had that happen where when he loses games, like it just goes off the rails immediately. It's not like
Yeah.
he never stabilizes it in the same kind of way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But then on the flip side, when he's on a roll, he can win game after game.
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, of course, that's absolutely true. It obviously it cuts both ways, but that's why I feel like
Yeah.
Magnus is, especially for Jan, probably in this match format is a really bad opponent because
Mhm.
Jan is getting these small advantages, and Jan knows that. I mean, you look at the computer, you see you're better, but when you can't break through with that, eventually you get frustrated. I think it's like
Yeah.
it's very easy to get frustrated.
Yeah, no, 100%. So I think after rookie one, I think queen takes makes a lot of sense
Hmm.
to just step out of the e file.
Right. Yeah, like
And
Queenie two,
then
I
I'm
guess.
curious. Queen e2 makes sense.
Also, I just want to say
Uh-huh.
one thing because someone in chat is like, they're saying even I would have gotten tilted after the loss. Yes, that is true. All of chat that I obviously would have gotten tilted too, and there's a good chance I would have lost game 8. But the thing is, he had a day off before this game, so all the previous games are one thing, but in this game specifically, having a day off, he should be able to reset mentally. Is what I feel. All right.
Right.
So I assume here you play what Bishop D7 makes sense. I don't know if Queen of 3 has been played, but
But even for game 8, there was still that game 7 in between. So I mean, there's still time to adjust.
yeah, well, I mean, it all depends, though. I feel like mentally he's a little bit. It's just very hard. I mean,
Yeah.
I think if you actually probably if any top player is being honest about it, I think what they would say is that probably I would say 90%. Maybe Fabiano could put up a fight after that. But I would say with the exception of maybe Fabiano, I think every other top player would probably end up making a quick draw there after what happened in
Uh-huh.
game 6. Oh, they might try to get a position, but I think there's like 90% would end up making a quick draw. So you can't really fault him for that. But But I suspect that, yeah, losing that game 8 and from that position he had, it kind of mentally, maybe it just destabilized him.
Yes, because in game 8, yeah, he just made some very weird decision. I just did not understand at all why he did not play Queen E7.
Hmm.
What is
Yeah,
your
I
what is
think,
your
I mean,
take?
well, like I said, somehow Magnus was able to use the magic. He had the crystal ball, or he could see the future, because he somehow knew that Jan was going to be overly optimistic. Somehow that H5 move, I don't know if it's because he's played Jan so many times or what it was, but somehow Magnus just knew that he wasn't going to go Queen E7. And it's just,
Uh-huh.
I don't even know how to explain it really. But you also saw it in the press conference. I mean, maybe it's just that Magnus has correctly identified that Jan is going to be overly optimistic with his evaluations. Like,
Yeah.
because in the press conference after game 8, Jan basically said that he thought he could do anything, and it was equal. And if you're a 3800 computer, that's true, but for humans, that definitely is not true. And it felt like, that's what it felt like, is that he was just way too optimistic. And also, even game 6, when you were here for, I mean, at the time I wasn't sure if he was being like completely honest. He was obviously in a very bad mood after the loss. But he was basically saying he thought even the queen and bishop against the two rooks and knight was completely fine or easy to draw. And it obviously was
Uh-huh.
not. I think you ask anybody, they'd be like, no. I mean, I think Anon said it was difficult. Grishuk said it was difficult. I mean, I thought it was difficult. I mean, I think everybody thought it was difficult to draw. And the way that you thought it was just like an easy draw, that I think it's just somehow he's just lost his objectivity about everything.
Right. Yeah. I think what the thing is with Jan is, I think probably he's just very optimistic in general.
Right.
And I think that allows him to play fast. Right. He just sees some line and he must be like, oh, this is good for me. Right. So then he
Right.
moves instantly. But on the flip side of that, yeah, sometimes he just misevaluates positions.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, just too optimistic, I suppose. Which of course is great. It's great at times, obviously, but
Yeah.
definitely it feels like it's not really working out from here. And yeah, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Even here, I don't really see it. I mean, I guess you go what, Queen E2. You have to move the queen, right? Maybe
Yeah.
not, but it seems like, I don't know, like Rook E3 or something. Queen A4, Queen
Mm,
E2. But again, even this, there's now B6, Bishop B7. Like,
right.
oh man, I have to say now, I'm very worried that like Jan might make one slip and he might be suffering for the next like 5 hours. I'm kind of really worried
Right.
about that here. I'm really worried that that might happen here. Um, but
Yeah, his
we'll see.
pawn structure is a bit fragile on the queen side. His
Hmm.
pawns could become, weaknesses.
Right, exactly. By the way, someone they sent, or they donated some money. They asked a question. They said, "Why the long face, Benjamin? What is your favorite beer?" So, do you have a favorite beer?
I don't have a favorite beer, but like, what are those questions?
Well, I think they just wanted me to play it. That's all it was about.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Yeah.
How do you deal with all these trolls like every day?
Sorry. So, what was the question? How do I deal
I
with
said,
the
how do you,
trolls?
yeah, how do you deal with all these trolls every day?
It's all about the Benjamins, obviously. I mean, if somebody wants to donate $5 and troll me, I mean, hey, I'll take the money gladly.
Mm-hmm. I
Um,
see.
so yeah. No, I mean, at times it can be difficult, but I think actually I said this yesterday on my stream, but I guess I'll say it again. So there was this show. It was only a handful of episodes. I think it was 3 episodes. It was on Amazon. I think it was like an Amazon show. Uh it was called Streamer IRL, I think is what it was called. It was only 3 episodes. It was Streaming IRL, and it was on Amazon Video. And there was an episode on Pokimane, there was an episode on Myth, and there was one other episode. I forget who it was on, but I remember watching the episode on Myth, and this was before Chess like blew up or anything. And there was one thing he said, uh, which sort of resonated with me, which is he said that you have basically like 30 seconds to a minute, I believe. Maybe I have the time frame wrong, but he said you have like 30 seconds to a minute to basically impress new viewers when they come in, and
Uh-huh.
impress or keep them engaged, I guess you could say. And so it's like, to
Mm-hmm.
me, I feel like some of them are trolls, but I always like internally assume it's not a troll and it's a new viewer. And so that's kind of how I deal with it, and I just sort of answer. Is I
Mm-hmm.
presume it's a new viewer who doesn't actually know, and they're not trying to debate, even though most likely they are. But that's mentally that's how I sort of deal with it.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying.
So
Right.
yeah. Anyway, right. So what do we have? We have Queen A3. We still don't have a. Oh no, we do have Queen. Okay, I don't know. Maybe my chat can tell me. He moved Queen E2 quickly again, didn't he, you guys? I think he did.
He
I feel
played
like
it
it. Queen
after
A3.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean this. It's still fine, by the way, but I'm more if Magnus can ever get B6 in, I think Magnus is going to get winning chances. So I'm gonna leave it at that. If
Yeah,
Magnus can ever get B6 Bishop B7 in, he has chances to win. That's all it comes
yeah,
down to. If he has to go Bishop D7, I think Jan is he still should be pretty safe, right? Because the only
yeah.
danger comes from like a B6 Bishop A6 where the two pawns in the center are weak.
No, I agree. And maybe Jan feels that he needs to press Magnus on the clock.
Hmm.
So that's why he's playing fast.
Yeah.
But the position is fairly simplified. So it can so you should probably try to play a bit more precise. And actually I was oh no, no, okay, so Magnus plays H6.
Right.
What do
Right.
you think he should do here?
In this position, I mean, I probably it's so hard. What do you play? I mean, D5 isn't play. I mean, okay, I'm gonna look at this for candidate moves. What are the candidate moves here? 95, 94. If you play like Queen D1, there's just C5. That's no good. So you can't move the knight from
H4
F3.
instantly
What? Wait.
in a minute.
Uh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this is this is. I'm so confused. I'm confused by the way Jan is trying to just like go for broke here. I'm really confused because I like the idea of going for broke, but if you want to go for broke, why didn't you try to play like B4 instead? Just chuck a pawn. It was something like more sort of I don't know, like with more pieces on the board. Like it's just very weird that now suddenly now it's like he turned on the machine and in his mind he's like, okay, now I go for broke and now I don't think I just move really quickly. Kind of like game 8. Where I felt like he just
Mhm.
turned on the machine after H5. He's like, King F8, Queen F6, Rook H6. Like, I'm just gonna win this game. And it's just like he turned that switch on, and now the switch is on again, and it's just like he's just gonna move instantly to try and win this game quickly. I
I
guess that's what I
agree.
would say.
Yeah. But it feels like Magnus should be fine now. I can easily see Magnus getting an advantage here anyway. And yeah,
Hmm.
what I would say is generally if a position is fairly simplified, then you really have to try to be precise, especially in classical, you know?
Right, agreed.
Um,
Absolutely agreed.
whereas let's say you have a position with a lot of pieces on the board, then you can try to pressure opponent on the clock. But here, I think it's more likely to backfire.
Yeah, I mean, I was that's exactly what I would say. Is I think that in this position, I mean, I guess there's no actual weakness though, right? There isn't any weakness in the position objectively.
Well, I mean, A2 is kind of weak. But I think his activity compensates for that. But if Magnus manages to stabilize, then
Hmm.
he could be slightly worse.
Right, agreed, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess the question is, what does Magnus do? Because if you go Bishop D7, there's probably knight E5, right? And then you're gonna go
Right,
G4
yeah.
G5.
Aha, okay, okay, I like that idea. So maybe he goes H4. So in the event he ever goes G4, his pawn is already on H4, right? So he
I
can go
think I understand.
G5.
I think I understand this idea. I think he wants to go Rook E D1, knight E5, and then G4 G5. That has to be the idea.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, then we'll definitely see some fire. But yeah, is it gonna work out?
I actually, the more I look at it, the more that I kind of like it. It's kind of weird, but I kind of like it. I kind of
Yeah,
like it a little bit more than I did before. I mean, okay, apparently
right.
all my chat is saying Queen A4 is some computer move that's zeros, but why? Rook D1 followed by knight E5, and then what?
Yeah,
Oh, you
and
have B6, knight E5, bishop B7.
mhm.
Oh, I just hate computers. They make the game look so easy. Oh, wow. That's such a ridiculously basic idea just to play B6 and bishop B7. Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
Huh. Okay. Well, if that's the move, I don't feel confident that Magnus is going to find it because like that also allows
Right.
knight c5 too. I mean, sure, it's fine, but it feels like I don't know. It doesn't feel like the most natural move.
But after bishop e7, there's still g4, which with a tricky position.
That is true. No, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 95 should be. Yeah, so you're saying okay. So queen a4, rook d1, b6, and then g4 was it? Or 95 should be 7 g4.
Right.
Aren't too many pieces going to come off the board here though? 95 de5, bishop g2, king
No, but
g2. Oh,
after 95, don't I have bishop e7?
yeah, bishop b7 and then g4, right?
Well, I mean, are you not just losing an exchange?
Oh, you're saying bishop b7 and then if knight g4. Oh, you have bishop a8 and f3, right?
Yeah, f3, and your knight is also trapped.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe that actually makes some sense then, maybe.
Yeah. So I would say that even though, we're a bit critical of Jan in the sense that, he's
Oh,
moving instantly,
wait, Chad is
maybe
saying... Sorry, one second, not to cut you off, Benjamin, but someone said Magnus touched his knight before playing h6. Is there a clip of that, you guys? Because you're actually not allowed to do that. Like, I don't know. Like, they're saying he did. I mean, I don't know, but he actually did.
Also, so what are the exact rules?
I mean, because like that's really like that's kind of on the edge. I mean, it's like if you I feel like if your opponent's not on the board and you touch a piece a certain way, it's very clearly that you're adjusting it. But Jan wasn't at the table. Like, I feel like I've seen that before, where someone like they touch a piece and then like because no one else is around or everyone's focused on the game around them, nobody notices it. But he did he say adjust or not? Who knows? I'll check the live video at some point. I will. At some point I'll check it. But anyway, as you were saying about the position.
Oh yeah, I was saying that even though we are a bit critical of Jan, it's still not easy for Magnus. Right, Jan is moving instantly, and that is annoying to deal with.
Right.
And maybe Jan feels that in earlier games he was trying to be precise and take his time, but he wasn't quite able to figure it out. So he might feel like he needs to go for the strategy where he tries to press Magnus on the clock and just try to put pressure that way.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I think that's probably just a strategy. Just move quickly and hope that all things work out. That's the only thing that I can think of. Yeah, I can't think of any other reason for this. But I mean, the more I look at h4, the more I kind of like it if he intends to follow it up with rook d1 95 g4. So let's just see what else can you play. Queen a4, as we said. I mean, apparently it's a computer move. Doesn't feel very human. What other moves? Let me turn on the engine to see what it says. Okay, it says rook a7, of course. So probably same idea with b6, bishop b7. Actually, I kind of like that more now that I see the move, but still feels a little scary, doesn't it? Rook d1, rook d1, b6, 95, 97, g4. Okay, computer says knight d7. I mean, it's getting a little bit imbalanced. Maybe. A little bit imbalanced.
Yeah, I think Jan can be too unhappy about the position on the board. He's also up half an hour on the clock. Still 40. Right. Okay, 41 minutes. Yeah, we had this discussion earlier. It's plenty of time, but without the increment, this can get tricky for Magnus.
Right. Agreed. Absolutely. If he can't find a quick move here, like queen a4 or rook a7, then there are then it's quite tricky.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, the real complications are only about to start, I feel.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I guess can you go like knight? Well, but knight e7 gives 95 g4, same problem. It's funny, the more I look at this, the more I actually like h4. I mean, maybe h4 is actually quite brilliant the more I think about it, because like he played it instantly. It's a weird looking move, but maybe it actually has some venom to it, and so it could definitely be it could definitely unsettle Magnus for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, it feels. I don't know. I really do kind of like this decision. I think it's a very good decision by Jan, objectively. I mean, just playing super fast. But the thing is, what's going to happen is there's going to come a moment. Later on where he needs to slow down, and whether he can slow down and think there is really the big question. That's the big question mark.
Yeah,
Is can he actually slow it down?
true. But I actually felt like in game 6, he slowed down a bit too much because
Right.
he had the pressure on Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about Magnus's clock, right? But suddenly we looked at Jan's clock and he also only had 5 minutes or something. And then Jan blundered in the time pressure.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. I mean, I assume that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is there the time usage is always that's always the big question mark. I mean, there's no simple easy answer to it. But okay, Knight A5 was played, right? Apparently, Knight A5 was played.
No, he's still in the
Oh
tank.
no, he's still thinking. Okay, no, chat's at Knight A5.
Yeah.
Thank you for the debate, you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And do we already have more clarity on whether he did touch the knight or no?
He definitely touched the knight. Okay, I guess, is this a clip? Let me open this clip.
Winning first.
Touchy denied is the clip. Let me change the scene. Just give me 1 second. Wait, why is it not showing up? 1 second. Why does it keep happening in my OBS? It keeps getting messed up. It's really annoying because when you have one window, it should automatically just display. But all right, let me just see what do they say here. Watch this. Let me watch this video. What do they say?
Against the nan, defending it after that against the nan. After that, it was Karyakin.
Whoa! Oh man, I mean the way that he touches the knight. Oh,
Wait,
that's actually kind of very borderline. That's really borderline because he didn't obviously adjust. He touched it and then he put his hand up afterwards. That's actually kind of borderline, I think.
Wait,
What do you think? What do you think? That was actually weird because it wasn't an instant adjust either. Like, I mean, not to like cause some drama, but like that was not an instant adjust. Like he touched the knight and then after a split second, he's like adjust.
After that against the nan. After
wait 1 second. So it's on the.
that, it was Karyakin.
I mean, it's probably an adjust, but I think it's very borderline. I actually think it's borderline.
Huh.
I mean, again, Jan isn't there, so nothing can happen. But I do think that's kind of borderline.
Right. Wait. So what is the exact timestamp as to where it happened?
Oh, I'll give you the clip.
Yeah.
I'll give you the exact clip. Here you go. There you go. Okay, so that should be right there. I mean, probably it's an adjust, but it's very, very borderline. Yeah.
Wait.
And as someone says, why Jan should sit at the board.
I mean, but he did.
When he defended after winning
But
first against
well,
the
it doesn't make any
defending
sense
it after that against the nan.
to move the knight on f6 and like he did like this right away. But I don't know. It's.
But you know what's weird about it is the motion. I mean, I've played Magnus a bunch. The motion is actually like he's intending to. The motion feels like he's about to move. Because it's like it feels like. I mean, not to like analyze body language, but I know when I think about Magnus, you normally hold it from the side and move it forward. I will say that. So it probably is just an adjust, but the movement actually looks kind of very weird to me. It just looks very weird.
Right.
As I look at it more.
Yeah.
But again,
maybe...
Jan's not at the board. So I mean, if Jan's not at the board, what can Jan say? I mean, that's like I mean, Jan's gotta be at the board. You're not at the board. What can you do? You're not at the board.
Yeah.
It's your own fault. That's why you sit down at the board and you don't just go walking on every single move. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, that's honestly the truth. Actually, it's just the truth. Jan has to be at the board there.
Really? Do you have to be at the board to claim that? I mean, if the arbiter sees it, he can also force Magnus to move the knight. No.
I guess theoretically, yeah, but I mean, I feel like there's. Sure, but I mean, but there's so many situations where I don't think the arbiter ever has stepped in actually and done that. If I think about it,
yeah.
As I'm just thinking about it, I don't think I've ever seen an arbiter step in to do that. So it's yeah. I mean, it's on the player. I think ultimately, I don't know the exact rule, but I think it's on the players.
Yeah.
So
I mean, arbiters never step in, right? Even when people castle with 2 hands.
The only time the arbiter step in is generally on flags. Flags are like repetitions.
Mhm.
I think flags and repetitions. If you lose a game on time, the arbiter can stop the clock, and on repetitions, the arbiters can stop the clock. And I believe it's 75 moves. But I think that's it. I think that's it.
Yeah.
As far as I know, um, I could
Yeah,
be
indeed.
wrong.
If yeah, if you if they flag, they generally step in, yeah.
Yeah.
And indeed, yeah, I think it's a rule that if there's 70 moves without a palm move or a capture,
Mhm.
they can indeed
Right.
just declare the game a draw.
Yeah, I thought it was 75 actually, but either way, 70, 75, same
Yeah,
difference.
75, yeah.
Yeah, but same difference. I guess, yeah. But again, what I would say is on the player. If the player's not at the board, an arbiter's never going to do anything. An
Mhm.
arbiter will never do anything. So it's on Jan for not being there. It's 100% on Jan.
I mean, if Jan prefers to walk around, that's fine, right?
I mean, I'll say this: if Jan was there, I guarantee he would have said something. Probably, like if Magnus touched the knight and then said adjust, I would bet you any amount of money, Jan would definitely have called the arbiter. Any amount of money.
Uh-huh.
But Jan's not at the board, so like it's on Jan. It's just on Jan, plain and simple.
I mean, okay, I guess maybe it's sort of his one chance, right,
Right.
to get back into the match.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
Also,
not pretty.
I just want to add something for chat, just separately. When you guys are wondering why it's such a big deal, it's a big deal because if he touched the knight, he would have lost the game. There are almost no good knight moves here. Like the 97 and 98 are both very bad moves. White is much better, so that's why it is kind of a big deal. It's not some
Yeah.
situation, some end game where some minor knight move doesn't change anything. If he moves the knight there, he loses the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, also it's probably true that if Jan's the board, Magnus doesn't adjust the knight, probably. But again, it's yeah, I think it's very it's very hit or miss. But if Jan's not going to be at the board, I mean, it's on Jan, right?
Yeah.
So all right. So anyway, we have more moves. We have Bishop D7 being played here. There's
Right,
probably
so
95
95.
or Rook D1 here. Yeah.
But what if you just go Bishop E8?
And 95 Bishop E8, and you still don't have G4, right? Because there's still knight takes D4 here.
Exactly. And I mean, trading everything on C6 does not look great.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I wonder what you do here with white after Bishop to D7.
I mean, maybe okay. So let's say you go Rook D1, right? And black plays what? Bishop E8, I guess.
Bishop E8, yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really see. I don't see much.
Yeah, I think if white can't get in G4, G5 or some sort of counterplay,
Mm-hmm.
I think white can easily end up being worse because the weakness is on the queen side.
Right, I would totally agree with that. Yeah, I mean, if you can't get some attack long term, if black go like Bishop E8, Rook B8, B6, and then like Queen E7, black has to be much better. Maybe not much better,
Right.
but black can't ever really end up in trouble. So
Yeah.
it's yeah, I mean, I think it's looking better for Magnus. It's looking better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bishop D7 was a good decision. Because
Yeah.
after 95 Bishop E8, he does allow double pawns, but probably he evaluated that position is completely fine for him.
Well, I mean, especially
think-
with the pawn on H4, like
Right.
I don't like the structure at all for white.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Jan needs to go for 95 Bishop E8 and then Rook ED1, which sort of shows that Rook E1 was a mistake earlier on. He should have realized that the queen belongs on E2 and the Rook on D1.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Chess24 did a tweet on it as well. But as someone said, you know, I'm just to clarify it, just to be very clear, I'm not really sure whether like it was an adjust or it was a touch move. But at the end of the day, I feel like there's some kind of symbolic karma to it. Because if Jan's not at the board, nothing can ever happen. Because Jan has to be at the board and he has to say something. So it's on it's like some kind of symbolic karma for Jan just like being up every single move. It's just funny. They said it was a touch. I mean, for all the people who are wondering why it's a big deal because Magnus probably loses the game if he moves the knight. And I'm just trying to think about myself. I'm trying to think if I do the same motion for like when I touch pieces, because I know when you move, you generally your inertia, you're like you move forward a little bit, or you lean more forward because you have to, of course, push a piece across the board. And so that's why I
Right.
actually think there's a good chance that he that he just like he touched the knight and then he adjusted it. But again, no yawn at the table. It's some kind of weird, bizarre karma. It's just hilarious.
Right, but I mean, usually if you make a touch move,
Yeah.
you touch the piece and then you hold it maybe for 1 second and you realize like, oh, I can't actually move it. But he touches for like a fraction of a second and then immediately he showed like, hey, it's just a touch move.
I didn't see the view on the other side.
It's
Okay.
I adjust.
Yeah, I don't know, but to me, it feels very, very borderline. Feels very borderline, but
Yeah.
I don't know. At any rate, Jan wasn't there, so it does. So it's on Jan. Jan wasn't at the board. I mean, so that's life.
Maybe we need to look at the camera and zoom in on Magnus to find out whether he said adjust.
And so even if
you should do.
Right.
Do we have any lip readers in the chat?
I think he said something after the hand gesture, maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's the thing is the way that the motion before the move, the way that he's going forward, like I know just from playing him a lot, that's I mean, everybody does that, where like you lean up a little bit more, you get more into it, and you get ready to move the piece forward on the board. So
yeah,
who knows? But whatever. The game goes on. I mean, but the thing is, the only problem is now the press conference is going to be dominated by this. Yeah. That's actually the problem. Is now the press conference is going to be all about this.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but maybe he touched the knight and forgot how it moved.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go with the meme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot how the knight moved. Maybe, but yeah, I mean, I like, I don't know. I feel like the motion feels more like he touched the knight than it does like an adjust. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It does feel like that just because of the way that he leaned forward as though he's getting ready to make a move. I mean, he wasn't leaning back and just like, because I feel like even with myself for the most part, obviously I have a very famous instance that I was involved in as well. And you'll notice even the one where I did that, if Levon was not at the board, I could have also done the same thing. I could have said adjust like, I think I said adjust like 1 second later. And again, obviously I touched the piece and I had to move the piece, but at the time I didn't realize it, which is why I said adjust like 1 second later. But if no one's at the board, you can't really do anything. And so like based on that, and based on even the game that I played against Gary and a couple other instances, like the person, they're not sitting back and adjusting it. They're just basically they basically, you lean forward to make a move, because if you're casually adjusting, normally you're just sitting in one posture and you just touch and adjust. But if you're getting ready to move, normally you like lean forward and you get ready to make the move. And Magnus very clearly like leans forward. So yeah, but it is what it is. Nepo has moved again already, so no penalty is possible. I
mean, well, it feels like he sort of stays in the same posture, and
he does.
He does. Move the.
Where's the longer clip? I was just watching. Yeah.
He does move the head of the knight a little bit, so to speak, right? Like where it's pointing towards. So I'm gonna say it was a adjustment, but yeah.
At any rate, yeah. I mean, everybody's gonna be talking about this later on, so it's not the time to talk about it right now for sure. Definitely not.
Yeah. Okay, so Jan already played 95. I expect Bishop E8 pretty quickly by Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just want to show this for chat very quickly. Here's this great tweet, just very, very quickly, from Same Reina. It says, "If you touch it, you must play with it. Sounds more like my Tinder bio than a chess rule." That's a great one. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the chess. I just had to show that. Just had to show. So we have more moves. So we have Bishop E8, Queen E3 played here. This is hilarious. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So Queen E3 is played here. I guess there's what can Magnus do? So I mean, Jan is still looking to play G4. I guess he guards the pawn and D4 with the knight and the queen here. And let's see what happens.
So queen e3, yeah, Jan is playing really, really fast. Okay, he took 9 minutes for 95 and 43 seconds for queen e3.
Yeah, I think Jan is just trying to move super fast here. He's just trying to play super fast and go for broke here. I mean, g4 actually looks kind of scary here. Maybe on the next move, I think that's the idea here.
True. So what can black do? I mean, you don't want to ever take an e5 because then I think the pawn, your knight's under attack, and b7 hangs. I guess it's not that easy to make a move, right? Maybe queen b. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, queen b4 g4 is my idea, just to go all in. I mean, the question is, can black just trade the knights and take on g4 here? That's really the big question.
I mean, why not, right? Because there's always h5.
Yeah, I guess queen f4 h5 looks okay for black. Yeah, no, that looks fine.
Right. So yeah, that is a bit of a drawback of queen e3. That after you can't really play g4 anymore because your pawn always hangs.
Whoa, I just saw a different clip. Wait a second. I just saw a different clip. Whoa. Oh, he did not. There's no way he adjusted that knight. Whoa, I just saw a different clip. There's no way he adjusted it.
Oh, you have a different camera angle?
Yeah, I'm just going to show this to chat very briefly. I don't even need, I'll just copy this to you. It's 17 seconds. But yeah, there's no way. There's no way. There's just no way. I'll send it to you as well. But whoops. Didn't mean to do that. What was that? 1 second. Okay. Let me show this. Okay, 1 second. All right, there you go. Yeah, wait, it was this clip, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna play it for chat because they can see the board. Yeah. One second. Yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, totally. I mean, he totally touched it. That's not even a question. That's like not even a question. 100% he did. Oh, whoa. I mean, in super slow-mo, there's like no chance. I mean, super slow-mo, he did, but Jan wasn't at the table, so it's on Jan. Yeah, I mean, 100% he did. There's no doubt about it. Wow.
But then again, there's no knight move that makes sense. So, but I feel like Jan sort of has a point if he would have been at the table.
But I mean, if you see the way he's holding it, but whatever. Okay. I mean, there's no need to get into this because Jan wasn't at the table, but I'm almost certain that was a touch move. Almost certain that was a touch move. Almost certain. But anyway, Jan wasn't at the table. I guess that's the karma. That's the karma, right? In some weird way that Jan just literally isn't at the table, so he's never at the table. So that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy. Crazy.
Maybe he could have made a case out of this, because indeed, if Magnus moves the knight, it's very likely that he will lose the game.
Yeah, no. If he has to move the knight there, he does lose the game for sure. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, no. I mean, I mean, it's just it feels very much like it was. But like I said, this will be. I'm sure there will be like 20 questions about this in the press conference now. So, let's just focus on the game for the time being. Yeah. So okay, so Queen E3 has been played. So what will Magnus play here? What will he play?
I feel like Queen B4 does make sense because you put pressure on opponent C4. Also, you defend B7 in case the diagonal ever opens up. And then okay, although maybe white. Maybe I can put a rook on B1 or something. Try to create a discovery on the queen.
Right. No, I mean 100%. 100%. Wow.
But overall, I do feel like Magnus should be okay here. But he has 30 minutes, which should still be plenty of time. But it's not it depends whether the position clears up in the next couple of moves, or whether it will
Right.
be
Mhm.
complicated, and maybe he can, or if he ends up in some trouble, because then that time deficit will definitely play a role.
Yeah, I mean, like if he goes queen b4, or if he doesn't play like queen before queen a4, or like g4 or g5 happens, it's gonna be really, really unpleasant. Really, really unpleasant.
Yeah.
So that's what happens. And again, just to clarify one thing, because chat asked, what happens if someone claims a touch move, the arbiter comes over and has to make a decision. That's how it works. But Jan wasn't at the board, so Jan can't claim anything. And end of story, basically. End of story. So that's just it's some kind of weird like karma or justice for the fact that everyone's saying Jan should be at the board, and of course Jan isn't at the board, and then it happens. Hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So let's see. So Magnus still 29 minutes. So he's got to do something pretty quickly here.
Right. So okay. So queen b4 is an option. What else? What else makes sense to you?
Yeah. Queen b4, queen a4. I don't know. I mean, what else is there? Yeah. By the way, just as far also in the old days, you guys have never had VAR. If someone does a touch move, basically they try to ask players around, and if players around see it or something, they say something. If no one's around, then the arbiter kind of just has to be like, that's like it's what I just have to make a decision, basically.
So right now, like if there's a touch move, they ask VAR Kobian.
No, VAR. Come on, you're European, Benjamin.
VAR Kobian?
No, you're okay. You're just making a joke now. You're European. You know what it is. Good one. Good one. Good one. If it was an American, sure, that would be a good joke. But you're European. You know what soccer is, so or football. I
Soccer.
Guess. Yeah. What is soccer?
Football.
Right?
Football. You play football with your hands, right?
Right.
That's why it's called football.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, yeah. What will Magnus do here? I mean, queen b4 feels very hard to play. Queen b4 and rook a3, which is the computer line, I guess, is just very difficult. I mean, what about like queen d6 maybe? This seems like a logical move for a human, I think. Although I guess it's d4
queen d6? Okay. Good question.
Yeah.
Right, because you never want to play c5, and you do attack the pawn on. Oh, but now if I go g4, but do you attack?
G4,
take on
knight d4.
But there's c5.
Ooh, that's really nasty. Oh, that's actually, wait, then queen d6 does nothing? Because like even if I just play a random move that isn't g4, you still can't take, right? It's the same problem no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you take on e5 now, you have a fork.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, this looks queen d6 doesn't look good. So what else can black play? Queen b4, knight e7 g4 just looks awful.
Yeah. And I mean, it's clear from the time situation that Magnus is not 100% comfortable here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would not be comfortable at all in this position. I'd be feeling very uneasy about it. Very, very uneasy here. Very, very uneasy. Yeah,
I mean,
this is...
he should be fine due to the pressure on the a2 pawn, right? Like, if somehow magically the pawn was on a7 and there would be a white pawn on b2, white should be a lot better. But because he has that structural advantage, he should be fine. But then again, it's not easy to make clear moves here.
Right. Agreed. Yeah. I mean, I like Jan's position.
Oh, queen b4 is on the board.
Wow, queen b4 is on the board. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, so he does take his time, but he does come with the best moves.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. That's why Magnus is the best. Is like even when he gets bad positions, like he can play badly for large parts of the game, but then when something's like when it's really critical, he somehow is able to pull the best moves out. He's able to somehow like forget about what has happened the rest of the game and make it work. So that's how it goes. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, what should Jan do now? Because if Magnus gets a move, maybe he will take on e5 and then c4 will become weak.
Right,
you can play rook a or eb1, but
rook
I don't know if that's going to work out.
Is there there's no rook takes a2, right? I guess rook takes a2 is no good. You just have knight c5.
Yeah,
Nah,
knight
that's
c5.
terrible.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, this doesn't look wonderful. Doesn't look great. So
But
I'm
after
trying to
rook,
figure out what else we can do.
maybe knight takes e5 after rook ab1.
Okay, so wait, so rook AB1, knight takes e5, right? And then d takes e5.
Yeah. Can you go knight d7?
Yeah, knight d7. Um, knight d2, knight d4. I mean, I guess you have to move the knight to one of these squares, right? So
Yeah.
knight
How
d4
does
maybe.
let's say we go knight d4,
Mhm.
and first of all, what happens if black takes on c4? Is that really? Is that? Can we do that or?
If black takes on c4, is rook's. Yeah, because I guess rook c1 you take a2, and it's just simplifying into something again, kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, maybe white still has something. Bishop b7, some knight c6 tricks.
Okay, that's a nice move. Yeah, knight c6.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, some slight pull, some slight pull.
Yeah. Well, but after bishop takes b7, isn't black losing an exchange?
Right. So okay, so rook a b1.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to the position. Takes knight d7, knight d4 takes rook c1, queen a2. Well, no, bishop b7. There's rook a3. If we have the same position,
Oh
maybe
no,
maybe
sorry.
I have the
I
wrong position.
after queen takes c4.
Uh-huh.
All right, there's rook a3. So maybe bishop takes b7 right away.
Oh, sorry, you mean right here, right immediately. Okay, yeah, and
Yeah.
then. Oh yeah, you just have knight c6. Yeah, rook a2, knight c6, and the rook's trapped. Yeah, no, you're right. Actually,
Yeah.
this is yeah, this is very that's just winning for white. No, that's a good point. Right. Yeah, no, that doesn't look that doesn't look all that exciting.
Yeah.
Right. So what else then?
Yeah, so after rook ab1, okay, so he can. So knight c5 is a threat, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you
definitely.
can move the queen back to a3.
I mean, but if you go queen a3 back, then I mean, what really is going on?
Maybe rook e2 in that case.
Rook e2 makes sense.
And that is sort of progress for white, I would think.
Yeah, I think. What does black do? It really is tricky. Really is very hard here. Like
Yeah.
queen b4, but then like rook b2. I mean, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't really love this. I don't love this for black. It feels like, okay, I mean, I know the computer gives it an advantage, but it feels like you have to really be precise here to claim an advantage. And also, if you don't like play perfectly, you're going to end up losing too. Like, it's not even just like it's not even that sort of safe situation. You're actually in real trouble.
Wait, you're talking about black's position or white's position?
Black's position after rook b1. Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
as I say, I just turn the lines on. Computers is like rook a3 is fine. I mean, but there's so many options, and it's not easy to figure to wade through all of them.
True.
Yeah, it's not easy to wade through the complications here, and time is definitely going to play a big role now. Time is definitely going to matter.
Yeah, I feel like Magnus needs to speed up in the next couple of moves. And if Jan could somehow pose difficult problems, then they could really put Magnus in a difficult spot. So it is, I think it is a critical moment here for Jan.
Agreed. Yes. Yeah, I mean, oof. Yeah, I mean, rook b1 to me seems like the only move here. I don't see. I mean, maybe it's not only move, but it's the only move that I can see like a clear path of like variations with like a straightforward idea. I mean, the computer might like other moves like rook ad1, although rook ad1 just hangs a2, so I don't understand that.
Yeah,
rook ab1 seems like the only move to me as a human. Feels like the only move.
yeah.
Oh, chat says rook eb1. What?
A rook eb1 is on the board. I mean, it does make sense because a2 is never hanging, but
then why did you play h4? I mean, because I thought the whole point was to attack on the king side. Because now you're basically trying to play for some kind of end game. I mean, now you never
this could easily simplify.
Oh, yeah, I'm very confused by this move. It doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah.
Very, very strange here. Very, very strange. Yeah, I don't understand this. I mean, like, say black goes rook a3 now. I mean, what are you really playing for? I'm very confused.
So rook a3. Okay, I guess we have to move the queen somewhere, but maybe
What,
queen
f4?
f4. Yeah,
I mean,
but
I guess that makes
again, like
sense.
you can even go, for example, queen e7, and
Mm-hmm.
I feel black is very, very solid here.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. I agree. I think black is completely fine. I don't see any edge for white here. I just really think that this is feels like this is kind of just going the wrong direction. It really does. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this. I think there's a good chance Magnus is gonna find some way to win this now. Especially
Really?
because Rookie B1 was played, right? It was
Yeah.
played. And for Chad, who's saying
That
that
is on
Rookie
the
B1
board.
is the best move by Sessa, that means it's equal. The match situation does not. Match situation matters, and Sessa is a computer, so it doesn't know what the match score is. It also doesn't have emotions or understand human psychology. But Jan needs to win the game. So after Rookie B1, Queen E7, like, sure, it can say that this will draw, but a draw is not what Jan needs. Jan needs to win here. So that's why I actually don't like it, even though it's a top computer move. Yeah, like rook
Right,
a3,
but
queen
even
f4, queen e7, and black's completely fine. No chance to win.
yeah, but then on the whole flip side of that, Magnus is down half an hour on the clock. So
True, but I mean, how do you attack? I mean, it's black just reacts to your move here because you have no g4 really. You can trade the knights. You can go rook a8. If you take on c6, I trade everything off. Like every move, there's an instant reaction. I feel like.
So you're saying black is just to react to Andy here?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. And
Uh-huh.
when you're low on time, that's what you want to be. You want to be a react Andy.
Yeah, you want to have easy moves to react to.
Exactly. Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, I don't. Where do you feel like Jan has gone wrong? Because I think rookie B1 is the mistake. I think rookie B1 had to be the move.
Yeah, I agree, but I guess it was I guess more difficult to calculate because a2 always hangs in those variations.
It's true. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm curious. Like, I guess Magnus has to move the queen, but yeah, with all that being said, Magnus only has 23 minutes. That is
True.
not a lot at all for 19 more moves. No, wait,
Right.
18.
Sure, but
Right?
how do you complicate it, I guess is the question. How do you complicate it after rookie B1, queen E7? I mean, how do you actually complicate it? Or wait, queen E7 maybe. Oh wait, queen E7's wrong because now you can trade and go A4, and now rookie B1 is totally justified, I think, because now the A pawn rolls up the board, and you have knight C5. So actually, kind of there's some justification.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Yeah.
So that's why you have to go rook A3, I guess, first. Again, tough. So I mean, we'll see, but it feels like yeah, it feels like if Magnus finds like 3 or 4 good moves, I think he's going to be completely fine, and there will be no danger.
No, I agree. If he manages to stabilize the position, it should also be much easier to make it to move 40. But yeah.
Oh, but he takes on E5.
Okay, so let's say
you
we
have to take
with the pawn.
Yeah, and then what, knight D7, I guess? Yeah. And what is it? Oh, the difference is you put the wrong rook on B1, so after knight D4, queen C5? Or no, sorry, it's the same thing. After queen C4, you still have bishop B7, right?
Yeah.
Knight D4, queen C5, and...
Yeah, so queen C4, bishop B7 wins for white, so queen C5. Okay, so if you take now on B7, there's rook A3. And black is completely fine.
Exactly, because yeah, rook B3, just trade and take E5 and no risk at all. So what do you do
if you
here,
go
then?
rook B5, then your rook is always hanging on B5.
C4, I guess. I mean, it feels like, yeah, either you've attacked to win or black's fine. I can see that the bar says 0, so that means black is fine. But does it look scary enough to where we could see a mistake is the question.
Oh, he played knight G4.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, interesting indeed. Because basically, yeah, I get it. Now, because queen f4, you go h5. And the problem is that if you ever try to discover the queen with a knight move, you're going to lose something. d4 hangs c4. And if you go... Actually, if you go to c1, you probably just lose to rook d1 or queen e1. So you actually don't have a good square to go to after queen f4. So knight g4 might actually be quite brilliant by Magnus. Actually, it's a very good move.
True.
Very, very good move, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great move by Magnus, knight g4.
Yeah, no, very impressive. Because it seems a bit risky to put the knight out there, but there's really no way to take advantage. h5 is a very solid setup. Jan goes queen e1 quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, Magnus... okay, I mean, I trade queens and play like h5. I mean, okay, I mean, white's fine because you're going to win a pawn on b7, but this is going to fizzle into a draw pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, so bishop b7, I guess rook a3. Then
yeah,
what do you do?
So rook a3 and then...
But it's not that easy. But still, I feel like this should end in a draw. I think Magnus did a good job.
But wait, but you have f3 maybe, because then the knight can't target things in the center of the board. But I guess knight h6.
6, yeah.
Bishop.
Right, but then white is up a pawn. Yeah, true.
Bishop e4. I mean, it is a pawn. At the end of the day, it is a pawn here. And your knight on h6 is awful, by the way, as well. Maybe some small chances. Yeah. Maybe some small chances here, actually. There might be some small chances in this line.
Yeah, it's not completely over yet. There's still some problems for Magnus to solve.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I thought this was... Oh, so maybe you know what I do is I trade and I go rook a7, or I trade h5, takes, and rook a7. So now you don't have time to play f3, knight a6, bishop e4. And if you go bishop e4, you hang e5. Maybe that maybe is a difference.
And if I go bishop f3?
Rook d3 maybe? Bishop e2.
Yeah, it just feels like very, very strong compensation.
I mean, I think you have to be precise. You just have to be precise for like one move. You just have to be precise with rook a7. That's probably the only question.
Yeah, it feels like, one of those Catalans where black sacrifice a couple pawns, but that makes it draw very comfortably.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. Oh, rook a7 is losing? What? I don't think it's losing. You guys can tell me if it is, but I don't think it's losing.
I think they're confused with you mean h5 first, right?
Yeah. I mean rook e1 and then h5. Yeah. Oh, they're saying rook a7, which allows f3, trapping the knight. Yeah. No. We're talking about
h5 and then takes
and then h5. It should be 7, rook a7. Someone says the engine gives plus 1.5. What? No, it's zeros. No, you guys are crazy.
No, yeah, I think they're once again confused with like rook a7 right away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, you have to find a couple of moves, but I mean, I'd be shocked if Magnus in the end game makes some blunders here. Even if it was a long time, I'd be very surprised. I would be really surprised.
Yeah. True. Yeah, he should be able to figure out the right way here to make a pretty clean draw. Although, I mean, it's not over yet. Maybe Jan can create some problems for Magnus.
The trade, maybe trade h5 takes rook a7, bishop g2 instead to prevent rook d3. Maybe that's a better way of playing it. Because you still
I like that.
You still can't attack e5.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, yeah, it's very hard for me too here. It's very hard. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, it is a pawn after all, right?
Right.
Wait, I have an idea. After bishop g2, what about rook b8?
Okay, what is... Oh, and you're basically going to ask me, how do I push the pawns? You're also threatening knight e5 maybe as well?
Yeah, knight e5 was my idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck in the box. Stuck in a box here because I can't move the a rook because I hang a2. I can't move the rook up because I hang b3. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck in this little box here. It's very hard to play. Yeah, I think black has to be fine because also e5 is so weak here. Like, you just can't coordinate the pieces. Yeah, I think you're
agree.
Right.
But Magnus is thinking. He has 18 minutes.
Right.
So again, I feel like it should be enough time because the position is so simplified. But yeah, he still has to make 17 more moves. So he basically has a minute per move here.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
but I mean, he has to trade, right? I mean, there's no other move here. Because if you don't trade... Yeah, okay, so he finally does. So Jan's going to take on e1.
All right, so here's actually where Jan may. Okay, he takes on e1, he recaptures.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if.
I mean,
Seems
h5
like,
only move, right? Yeah, only move.
and
of
yeah,
course.
h5 played.
Mm-hmm. Probably. I mean, well, if you don't take the pawn, what are you even playing for, right? I mean, if
Yeah,
you
you
don't
have
take
to
the
take the
pawn,
pawn.
you're not playing for anything. So Jan should actually just snap the pawn in like 2 seconds here. And then probably go back to g2 is my guess.
Yeah.
My best guess for
Yeah.
what should happen here.
No, for sure. Yeah, if you don't take the pawn, I think you're just worse.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so takes rook a7, bishop g2, and then rook b8. And I can't move the knight because there's rook b2. I mean, this. What do I even
Okay,
do,
so he played rook
honestly?
a4.
Okay, rook a4, interesting. Wait, but doesn't this allows me to get f3, bishop e4 again, doesn't it? Because after rook c4, rook c1, I can claim an advantage.
Ah, true.
That might be a fairly severe mistake by Magnus now.
Uh-huh. Right, if you take on c4, you should definitely be worse after rook ec1, I guess.
ec1. Yeah, ec1 to
Yeah.
keep the rook guarding a2, so rook a4 you just take.
Yeah. So then after bishop e4, what can black do?
I mean, I was always
once
wondering
again,
why he can't go knight f5 and play this endgame.
Yeah.
I mean,
True.
sure, you get double pawns, but can't be that bad, can it? I mean, I think black has to be fine.
And if king f2, do you then take the pawn or
Takes rook ec. I mean, I don't want to take the pawn if I can help it, because yeah, rook ec1 looks quite scary to me. It always looks very scary here, is what I would say.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very scary.
Yeah, definitely still some problems to be solved.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
But then again, I do think, I think you're right about f3 and bishop e4 being forced. I think you do want to get those two moves in, yeah.
Right. No, I think definitely you want to get those moves in, and then I mean, yeah, then it's anybody's ball game, kind of. But we'll see. All right, I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna take a short break, and I guess you can keep talking to my chat if you want, but I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. All right, what's up, Chad? So, yeah, I think it should be pretty even. Good to see all of you guys here. Guys, there's no ads. There's no ads. Stop trolling. Guys, stop trolling. There's no ads. I'm not. What is wrong with you guys? You guys are like sing. What's up with that? Guys, stop saying there's ads. Okay, we put on the ads for you guys. It was me, sure. Fine. You guys find out the truth. But when Hikaru comes back, he might tell you guys a way to get rid of the ads. So, yeah, Hikaru and I think the position is pretty even. Maybe Jan can still create some problems. So we'll see. We'll see. Once again, I definitely think that Jan has to win this game. I can't cancel the ad. Stop trolling, you guys. Stop trolling.
All right.
Yeah.
Do we get f3?
No, it has not been played yet. But some people were complaining about ads. Is there a way to get rid of the ads?
Well, no one's actually told me I can't say this. Whoa, what? Wait,
C5.
Jan just blunder. Wait, what? Why is this a blunder? Bar just went all the way
Wait,
down.
C6, C6. But are you kidding me? C6.
Oh no, your bishop. Oh no.
Wait. Seriously? Did he seriously play C5? Wait, what? That is...
I mean,
that is like the most elementary blunder
in a world championship match.
Yeah. I mean, C6.
I mean, Magnus is not gonna miss. This is an end game. There's zero. What?
Are you kidding me?
I mean, like,
but yeah, it is on the board. Like, Magnus must be. Yeah, he's really confused. Yeah. He must be like, wait, what the fritz is this?
oh, Magnus's face. Magnus must have like Magnus looks confused.
Yeah.
I don't blame Magnus. I'm gonna say this, like, this kind. I mean, I have to say, like, we can talk all we want about the touch move thing, but I mean, this is, the fact is Magnus deserves to win this match. I'm just gonna say it right now. Jan is just he's just mentally not as stable. I think more than anything else, that's all we can say about this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we can say is that Jan just is not stable enough. I mean, obviously, like I feel like Fabiano or Sergey, even if they had lost the game, they would have kept the mental composure there.
Yeah.
Nepo didn't play it. He was only adjusting. Good one, you guys. Good ones. Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest. Like, this is just, I mean, I'll let Fabiano come up with the insult of the day, but this is just inexcusable. Inexcusable after the rest day. Like, after the rest day. And I'm going to say something else as well, which is, people were sort of saying, well, when I was saying these things about sports psychologists and needing to, like, kind of come back down and just find a way, like, I mean, Nepo needed to do something. He needed to do something, after round 8. They should have had, I don't know, had a psychologist or something, because this is like even beyond tilt. I mean, how much time do you use on this move?
4 minutes and 49 seconds.
I mean,
but
how do you miss C6? Because C6 is probably winning for White, right?
And it's on the board. I mean, you would like.
I have to watch. Sorry, Benjamin, but I have to watch this Magnus clip to see his face when it was played quickly. Give me a second.
We have the move C5 on the board, so not knight C5, but pawn to C5.
But it's losing.
Wait.
That's losing.
Oh my God! Did he just blunder?
Yeah, he did. C6.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! And he just might not see it as a possibility. We were talking about C5, White playing C6, and then it mentioned C6 for Black, and the bishop's trapped.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And Magnus is scowling because I think he sees it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Like, completely. That's so good. That's so good, you guys.
Like, yeah, he makes that face.
Yeah, he's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a shocking blunder. Like, there's no other way to put it.
I mean, it's just inexcusable. Inexcusable. Like, game 6 and game 8 are understandable, but this is just, there's just no excuse for this. There's just no excuse at all.
Yeah. I mean, what a Nepo even blunder? I don't get it.
Like, I don't even, like, did he literally just not C6 was a move? Because, I mean, if White gets C6, White's just going to win the game, basically. You go C6, knight C5, and you just push the A pawn. Like, hello? Like, and also, again, Jan just made his move and got it from the board again, like, for the millionth time. Like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to say one thing again, not to be like overly critical, because obviously, I'm not saying anyone else could have done better here. But I really feel that with Jan, they did not focus I mean, another issue he's had, as you pointed out, is that he has a tendency to be able to tilt very easily. And I feel like all the focus was done on the openings, and they should have focused on the mental much more than they did. Like that's what I would say. I think that like Jan losing the match, I mean, of course that could happen to anybody, but the way that he's lost game 8, and especially the way he lost today, is I would say, like, they should have done something on the mental side. They definitely should have done something.
In terms of preparation or during the match?
I mean, before the match, they had 6 months. I mean, they should have done something with, like, sports psychologists, something to deal with the mental situation in case it went wrong, in case things went wrong. That's what I would say. Because this is just inexcusable. Like, I mean, I understood game 8, but there's just no excuse for this. There's just no excuse after a rest day. I mean, there's just no excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even understand what he's missing, because C6 is so obvious.
And like again, it's like the only move on the board. I mean, this is like really, really bad. I mean, yes, Magnus obviously has kept it together. I mean, obviously, that goes without saying. But I mean, I feel like, like game 8, I can understand, because he had the quick draw after the brutal 8-hour game, and then he just was too optimistic. But this is just like a clean blunder. This is like a 2000 level blunder, if I'm being brutally honest. Like, it's like a 2000 level blunder, if that honestly.
I mean, well, it's even, I don't know, I feel like even a 2000 should not blunder this.
Oh.
With all due respect.
We're trying not. I'm trying really hard, because obviously, like, and by the way, for people who are saying Magnus is shaking his head, Magnus is doing what I do here, where Magnus wants to win. Obviously, I mean, he's the best at it, but he doesn't want to, like, he's still expecting, like, high quality play, and so he's like, what even is going on? So that's why he's disgusted. It's like, that's why he's so disgusted and confused by all of this, because he's like, he wants to win. He's like WTF? What even is this? Because like nobody can blunder like this. Like, it's just, I mean, Magnus looking for Nepo. Sorry, I'm gonna play one more clip. What is this clip?
Nobody can hear you.
Let me pull this. Let me pull this.
Nobody can.
It's a Fabiano clip. Wait, why can't I copy it? 1 second. Let me put this up here.
Hear you. You don't really talk.
Right.
It's strange to, like, if your opponent's there, you say a jest because to indicate that nobody can hear you. You don't really talk.
Right.
It's strange to, like, if your opponent's there, you say a jest because to indicate that nobody can hear.
I'm sorry, that is like the greatest thing I've ever seen. I have to be honest, that's really, really funny. That is so good. Oh my gosh, that is so good.
But
oh my gosh. I mean, yeah.
But I mean, okay, so let's say, I mean, imagine, right? Like, hypothetically, you're okay, hypothetically, right? Like, let's say you're a coach. From what level would you not expect such a mistake from a player?
You mean in this position, at what level do I think someone would not blunder this?
Yeah, like, from what level would you be like, I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed.
I would say if you're above, I would say around 2000, 2100, I would be pretty upset. Is what I would say. I think you can blunder it. I mean, I think you could blunder at 2000 level. I mean, I don't know in classical chess if I think at 2000 blunders this. I mean, I think in a blitz game anybody could blunder it, but but I would say around 2000 I'd be pretty upset. That's what I would say. Yeah. Maybe even lower. I don't know, but it's just like, I just don't even know. I don't even know. It's just this is just so bizarre.
I mean, blunders happen at any level, but still, I feel like, it's just inexplicable. I just have no way. Yeah, it's really weird. It seems like Nepo just disappeared.
I mean, this is as someone said, Magnus had that face like, is he being punked? This is kind of what it feels like. It feels like this is where someone, like, they go hide, and then 20 minutes later, like, Ashton Kutcher or someone shows up and it's like, haha, it was all some big joke. Like, that's honestly what it feels like. That's really what it feels like. I mean, I have to be honest. Like that, like yeah. It's like you're like, it's like, wait, what just happened? What is this? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Nepo must feel terrible now because I mean, he just made a terrible blunder. He knows the match is over,
Yeah.
and yeah, and of course, like the whole world is watching, and they're
Right.
wondering,
No,
like,
I
okay,
mean,
what,
it's as bad as it gets.
yeah.
Yeah,
Must be
no, I
really
mean
tough.
Nepo. I think Nepo probably is just he's probably. I don't think he's gonna show up for like 20 minutes. Honestly, I think he's probably just gonna sit in the back room and he's gonna have like this wave of like these emotions going through his head, and then like he's gonna come back and resign instantly. I really do think that he's not gonna go back to the board for like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Because like I would say also, I think for all top players, there or not all, but for a lot, like when you get a losing position, it's very common even for myself. Like that at the very end, I'll like sit there for like 5 to 10 minutes, and you'll see like I'm obviously looking away from the board and I'm thinking. And generally, what you're doing is internally you're thinking about the position, you're thinking like, well, where did I go wrong? What could I have done? And there's also just like you're just trying to piece together so that it kind of the whole picture makes sense at the end. And I think for Jan here, he's probably going to be away for 20 minutes, and then once he's like gained his composure, he'll probably come back. That's what I expect here.
exactly.
But
And sometimes it's also just a matter of getting yourself together and just admitting defeat. Putting your hand across the table and resigning, which is of course not easy in itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bizarre, absolutely bizarre.
Yeah,
I mean, there's nothing else I can even really say about it. It's just, I mean, it's tough. It's very tough for Jan. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, what got Jan to this match was his ability to play fast, be very confident. But unfortunately, old habits die hard, I guess you could say. And I feel like, unfortunately, he wasn't able. The old habits, all those little things, they started creeping back into his game. As the match kept going on deeper and deeper, he couldn't keep it together. Just couldn't keep it together.
Yeah.
So that's it's what it is. I mean, I feel very bad for him, but I will say at the same time, like Magnus is very deserving, and the way he won Game 6 was incredible, and I mean, it's what it is.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Jan because actually in Game 6, I feel like Jan was actually trying to create a game instead of playing very solid.
Right.
But then he actually got some chances in Game 6, but he did not take them before the time control. And then Magnus won this amazing game.
Right.
But after that, it was just, downhill from there, which is very sad.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like Game 8 I can understand on some level, but this is just like, I mean, I don't even know what to say about this. I just literally don't know what to say. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, on the bright side, he's still gonna make like $600,000, so it's not that bad at the end of the day. But I mean, the real question is, Ben, what do you think is gonna happen tomorrow? Do you think Magnus is gonna give him a pity draw, or Magnus is gonna try to beat him?
Oh, from now on?
Yeah, because I mean, it's +3. Like you kind of wonder.
Okay, so let's see. I think Magnus. I think he doesn't mind drawing out the match.
I mean, I think it was +2. Like, say this was a draw, I think Magnus would still try, but at +3 was such a terrible blunder. I'm not sure that Magnus won't actually make a draw tomorrow, just because there's no chance for Jan to come back.
Yeah,
like zero chance.
I mean, he could try to push up his rating. That is true.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that is fair. I don't know. Like, Magnus, I
think he should go for it.
I mean, objectively he should, but I also feel like it. I mean, it's very clear the match is over. Like, it's very, very clear.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, this is sad though. Sad. The real question is, do you think Nepo is going to show up to the press conference or not? Because this is too much in a way. This is too much in a way. But yeah, I don't know what to say.
I think he's just letting it sink in now.
Well, actually, let me see, because chat knows, is Nepo at the board yet or not, or is he still away?
I think he's still away.
No, he's still not at the board. So it's what I said. He's literally in the back room dealing with this wave of emotions. I mean, I don't envy him at all in this situation, dealing with this whole wave of emotions. and probably he's gonna he'll be there, and then once he finally has collected himself, that's when he's gonna come back and just instant resign, I think. That's my best guess here.
Yeah, and I think the same.
That's what I would say. Yeah, no, I mean, it's tough. Very, very tough. Very, very tough.
So do you really just think he missed the move c6 altogether?
I mean, I kind of think he must have. I mean, I think he just missed the move. I think he just missed the move. I feel like Jan. I honestly, what I think is that at this point, Jan is like, it's an end game. I'm up a pawn. Probably not much is happening. I can do anything, and it's going to be a draw. And he just forgot c6. That's all I can think. Yeah. Watch the Anish clip. I don't know what you guys are referring to, but yeah, it's just. I mean, I feel bad for him, but it's. I mean, again, like Magnus has played well, but these last 2 losses, like completely self-inflicted. It's just insane. Yeah. No, it's what it is. And I mean, I don't blame. I mean, Magnus is disgusting because he wants to win the match, but he's like, what's going on? Like, he wants good chess. It's like a lot of times people watch my stream, they'll see that I'm like, when I win a game, like I'm not always happy. I'm like, yes, I won, but but there was this or that, and I think, yeah, it's weird, very, very weird. I feel like we haven't had a blunder like this in a world championship match since I don't know when. I mean, Fischer's mistake, his bishop trap was self-inflicted, but it was still a draw even after he took the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, it's still Fischer missed something many moves in, right?
Right, it wasn't a one mover. Yeah,
I think he missed that move bishop d2 down the line. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, with bishop d2 with the bishop e1 move, right? Later, I think
yeah,
bishop e1.
Right. I think that's what he missed, but not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but so like someone was asking, it's true. People are asking why is this just over? It's over because after rook b1, I can go rook a7. Bishop can't move anywhere. If you take c6, you lose the bishop. You can't go to a6 or c8 because the bishop gets captured on all those squares. So you have to move the knight to like a1, and after rook b8, your bishop is still trapped here. You can take the pawn on c6 here, but again, you're just down a bishop. So like it's just over. It's just over. F3 and rook e4 is an idea, you guys, but again, I still think it's the same problem. Rook a7, rook b4, rook b8, and your bishop is still trapped. Yeah, no, wow.
I mean, the only blunder that I can think of that comes close to this is maybe you remember the game in 2012 where Anand beat Gelfand in 17 moves?
Right, yeah.
But
was that a blunder? Or just
then
like he got too aggressive trying to kill him with the King's India.
Yeah, I mean, here once again, c6 feels like, like I said, like a one mover. Or question is, did he really miss c6 altogether? Or it's hard to imagine. Yeah,
I mean, you know what I think is, I think Jan kind of, he lost perspective, lost clarity. It's just like, okay, it's going to be a draw no matter what I do. Let's just play a move, and he wasn't sharp, and he forgot c6 was a move here. That's all I can say. Yeah, I mean, it's watch Vishy's reaction. Okay, sorry Ben, but I'm gonna watch some other clips. Let's see Anand's reaction.
Free idea if it answers c6, and it's still not bad.
It's still equal. No, this is just a horrible blunder. At all levels, it's just your brain short circuits because the move makes no sense, and even if it was white to move, it probably isn't better because it's not threatening anything.
If white, I can understand. Okay, I have this idea. Free idea if it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with what Vishy says. Yeah, at all levels. Yeah, at all levels.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, even if a 1500 makes such a move, it's still, well, okay. I mean, it's still.
Oh, geez.
No, but even if 1500, this is a very bad blunder. And this is not to roast Nepo. But that's just the truth.
No, I mean, I generally I agree. It's just, I mean, just so brutal to say it like that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the real question is how is Jan going to recover from this? That's actually the real thing. Because, like, I feel like Sergey, he lost that really close match to Magnus, but he's kind of come back. He stayed relatively close to the top. Fabiano obviously still is right near the top. But I do worry that Jan, like, if he isn't just going to have a complete self-destruction here after this match, because this has been very, very tough. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Like, I kind of wonder if because like if Jan loses the next game, he loses like 20 points, right? I mean, it's pretty insane to think about it. Like, Magnus might get close to like 28. What is Magnus right now? He's only getting 2 points despite.
Yeah, he's only gaining 2 points. So he will gain another
brutal.
4 from this.
Jeez.
Still push him up to like 28.62. If he then wins tomorrow, 28.66. I mean,
he's still not gonna get near 28.85. But wow.
No.
That's amazing. Magnus is +2, and he's won 2 games and 6 draws, and he's gaining 2 points. That again is an example for chat why nobody will ever get to like 2,900 or 3,000, because like that's just insane. Yeah, that's just insane.
No, I agree, and yeah, we see that Magnus only got up there due to some really bad games by Nepo. I mean, normally this wouldn't happen.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's very, very true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what to say, honestly. I have really no words. I mean, I just have no words for this. It's just it's what it is, I guess. Oh, Jan is back. Okay, so we're gonna get an instant resignation here, I think. Did Jan resign? He's gonna come back and resign instantly, I think. I expect an instant resignation. He was gone for what, like a good 15 minutes. We're gonna get an instant resignation here. We're gonna get an instant resignation, I think. Oh, Jan is laughing. Okay.
Yeah, he gave Magnus a little smile.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder what he. I mean, every move is losing, so he might as well just resign.
I mean, I would resign here.
Yeah, you can make one more move, but you just feel embarrassed. You just want to get out of there.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Oh, and you know what's even worse about this is that I realize, like, he's going to lose this game on Beyond Tilt, and if he goes to a press conference, he's going to be asked about the touch move now, which will be even worse. I forgot it now. Like, we've completely forgotten that exists too. Like, yeah, now he's gonna have to deal with that as well. Like, oh man, I kind of hope he skips a press conference, because like this is gonna be a very, very rough press conference with that as well, because he probably doesn't even know about it yet, I bet.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Actually, he played F3 and 96 was played.
Yeah. This. Oof. Oh man. Yeah.
So this is what do you think he maybe missed F3 knight h6 rook e4 rook a7
rook b4 rook b8? I mean,
rook
come
b8.
On. Let's be serious, man. Like, come on. I mean,
but what did he miss?
I mean, I think he just like I think he just blundered. I think he just got careless. I think he just thought everything is a draw. It doesn't matter what I do, and that's it. That's honestly what I think. Magnus is super angry. Yeah, I mean, Magnus is probably mad because Magnus is happy to win the match, but he's like, what on earth is this play? Like, and I can give you a good example. A great example is I played Magnus in the tour final last year around August. Greatest chess match ever played, by the way. Even if people want to say it was online, I'll say it was the greatest chess match ever played. And we've been playing, all the matches have been really, really tight. And then I think it was the 6th match when I was ahead 3-2 in like the 3rd or 4th final game. And I had to win, and I didn't get the position I wanted. And then at one point, like, it was maybe complicated, but I hung a piece. And for those of you who actually watch, or people who go back and find that clip, you'll notice that when I made the blunder, I put my hand, I was like, oh, what is this? But Magnus also was like, his face like, what on earth is this? Because the match had been really close. It had been really good chess and very few blunders. And like, that's exactly what's happening here too. It's the exact same thing. He's like, what's going on? Like, what is this? Like, it has been a pretty good match overall. And he's like, yeah, like, it's just bizarre. Very, very bizarre here. Nothing else really to be said. So.
Yeah, no, of course he would prefer to win by strength, right? And not by terrible blunders from his opponent. But mean,
Right.
still, if you're Magnus, you can't complain.
Yeah, no, of course you can't complain. I mean, it's still a win is a win, but
Yeah.
I know it's like that's the thing though. It's not satisfying. I have to be honest. Like it's nice to win a game, but when your opponent just makes like a 1-move blunder, it's just not satisfying because you don't feel like you actually outplayed them or like you deserve that win. It's like you won the game, but like they did something wrong. You didn't just like beat them. And so that's why I think it's
Yeah.
like that. That's why you like you want. Of course, winning is nice, but you feel like you really want to prove that like you were superior or something, and not win just off of a blunder.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
100%.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what he missed. And by the way, for chat who's saying that I'm flexing, that I just think that's a fair opinion because that match was what chess should be, with like someone winning every other day, many decisive games. Like that's what chess should be.
Mhm.
So I'm not really flexing.
Yeah, and also, well, yeah, it was a pretty fun match. You guys played like 7 matches,
Right.
like 7 4-game matches,
Mhm, right.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I lose. I think I won match 1, lost 2, won 3, lost 4, won 5, lost 6, and I lost the Armageddon in the 7th and final match. So, and I think in that match there were like a lot of like even the final day. I think there were like 2 or 3 decisive games. So it was just like it was really fun, really fun. But anyway. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. So do we have a move? No moves, right? Still knight h6 here. Nepo is crying. I mean, that's why I feel like Nepo, he should have just stayed there for 20 minutes and resigned instantly so he could just get out of there, because now as he's sitting at the board, he's desperately looking for another solution, some kind of prayer, and like now it's really hard because now it's like it's impossible to keep it together. Like I mean,
Yeah.
But I kind of wonder what happens if this game is played earlier in the match. I really do wonder if this game is played when the match is like this is played in like game 7's the wrong one, but like in game 5, if he plays this when the match is all square, I think it's very likely we have a much different result from this opening. Like I kind of wonder if he wouldn't play b4 because he was still in the right frame of mind, and it's just very tough, very tough. So
Yeah, I'm still somewhat surprised that he collapsed that badly.
mm-hmm.
I mean, everyone has losses that do hurt, but
right.
Yeah, this one, I mean, it's a little bit too much.
I mean, what I would say is it's what I said before. I mean, for all the training, all the help that he had, not enough attention was paid to the weaknesses that he had in the past, and very specifically, I think the ability to tilt. Like, I don't know, sports psychologist or what it was, but that should have been a focus, and it wasn't. It was never a focus, and it's pays the price.
Yeah,
that, and I think honestly, getting up from the board every move was a big mistake. I think that actually gave Magnus confidence.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point because Maurice asked Jan at one of the press conferences. He was like, "Okay, you're down in the match now. You must have had this scenario in mind. So how do you plan on dealing with this?" And he was like, "Well, this is not planned."
Right. Well, I mean that's the other problem. Also, is like you're not going to get an honest answer either, which is why on some level I don't like the idea of press conferences during the match, because I feel like players, there are a lot of questions that they're not going to answer truthfully. Like it's like, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm playing this match and I lose game 6. Like if I was in that situation, I lost game 6, they're gonna ask me, well, how do you feel? I'd be like, yeah, it's no big deal. Sometimes you lose to Magnus. Just come back tomorrow, play a good game of chess. That's what I would say. Something exactly like that. But inside of me, I'd be like, well, frankly, like F this. Like what the hell did I just do? Like I'm such an idiot. No, I got to be better. Like I'd be really angry and really over the top. And like, but I would never do that, because if you do that, you would give your opponent confidence. So you can never really be truthful and honest. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's kind of the problem. So that's actually why I don't like the I don't like the idea. He can skip the interview. I don't think he will. Well, I mean, actually, I hope he does, because like the touch move thing, if that comes up, he's gonna be like, what? He's really gonna tilt. He probably is unaware of it right now. And someone's going to ask the question. Like, someone's going to ask him the question. Without a doubt, someone will be like, so Magnus, there was a situation which was like, touch move, were you aware of this, Jan? And Jan's going to be like, wait, what? What are you talking about? And it'll be a total disaster. So, yeah. No, I think he should take the fine. Whatever that fine is, I think he should take the fine and not show up. I mean, I really do think he should.
Interesting. And you were saying like that you feel like it's a big mistake that he would get up from the board every move. Because how do you feel like that's giving Magnus confidence?
I think that's showing that you're very nervous. Actually, if you're getting up for the move, I feel like that what you're saying is like you can't stand the pressure to sit at the board and think, and you need to get up and just walk, and that's why you're never there. I actually think so. I do think that actually gives your opponent confidence, because also it feels like then you're not taking it as seriously. Like, sure, when I play games, like when I played over the board, in the last couple of years, I'll get up quite a bit during games, but I'm not up every single move. And when you're up every single move, it almost feels like, I mean, sure, maybe you need to use the restroom a lot. That's completely justified, but it also feels like you just can't handle the pressure.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Where you just want to escape that tension zone, so
exactly.
To speak,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. That completely agreed. And yeah, like once again, every single move, no shot, Bucko, no shot.
Yeah.
So he plays Rook E4, Rook A7.
4, Rook A7. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that he's still playing. I'm really surprised by this. Because I would have when he was up from the board, he must have realized it was lost. I would have spent those 15 minutes just like getting angry, going through that range of emotions, and then like just coming back and resigning. I would not come back to the board and start trying to calculate and hoping for a miracle when I already know there isn't a miracle. So
right. You would not have tried to destroy the casting couch.
Well, I don't know. There might be fines.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I mean, it's very, very disappointing.
Yeah.
I mean, but I would say for Jan, just he should not play anything for the next like after this match ends. I like he should not play the World Rapid and Blitz even. I think he should just go and get away from chess for like 3 or 4 months. Just get away from it and not think about anything. Oh wait, but he's playing on. Wait, what?
Wait, Rook B4, Rook B8, A4.
Okay, so he's gonna play on. I mean, maybe you can ask for a prayer. I mean, Black's bishop is bad, right? You can trade and go like knight D2 maybe, and knight C4 D6 or knight B6. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's
a fine line. It's a fine line between disrespectful and just playing on out of inertia. It's a fine line.
Yeah, true. I mean, I don't think it's disrespectful. It's just, at some point you make yourself look a little bit silly, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Also, someone in chat was being stupid. They said that I'm saying that about Nepo just so that he doesn't play the World Rapid and Blitz. I'm pretty sure that because Magnus is winning this match very easily, Magnus will be playing the World Rapid and Blitz. So I'm not saying that because I want less competition. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, bizarre stuff, you guys. Anyway, yeah, what do you play here even? Do you go like Rook B6 or something to try? Is Rook B6 the attempt with like Knight C5? I mean, maybe that's the attempt.
Yeah, but the pawn is not going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, it's yeah.
Okay, he did play Rook B6.
Okay, he
does.
Actually,
fun fact: if White would magically get another move, he would be okay, but he cannot.
Right. Yeah. If you could get A5, A6, yeah, you'd be completely fine, maybe. Okay, Rook B6, of course.
So Magnus takes. He's going to take again.
I think you just put the knight on C8, right? That must be the pathing. Knight C5, Rook A8, A5, Knight F5, A6, Knight E7, and you're just in time, right? You're just in time, A7, Rook A8, and then Knight C8, and you take the pawn. That's how you get there. Yeah. To answer the question, sorry, someone in chat asked, I would win this against a computer here. It's just that lost.
Yeah.
So is Knight F5 the only line? It's I guess you can go Rook B8, A5, Knight F5. But yeah, basically here any line with Knight F5 just wins. Prove it. Come on. Yeah, I know this is just over. Today I don't need to prove it. Sometimes I might need to.
I think indeed from some level onwards, like let's say, I think pretty much any grandmaster should win this game against a computer.
I would agree.
Or like also like IMs or FMs, and maybe even a little bit below that. It's just over.
Right. Well, my chat's asking me to prove it. So, how do I do this? I go to analysis, right? And then I click this computer. There's some computer button. Let me practice versus computer. Don't worry. How do I go to the moves? Wait, where are the moves? Okay, let's go here.
Knight f5 and a5 is on the board, but
Yep. Okay, so yeah, so I'm playing this. Okay, I'm supposed to play with black, so I guess I should put it here. 1 second. I'll just play it out while we're talking. I guess I do it right here, right?
Knight f5, a5.
Okay, yeah, knight f5, a5 is played by Stockfish, rook b8, king h2. Exciting move. Now there's so many ways to win. Knight d4, b5 is probably one of the easiest ones. Let's just go knight d4, rook a3, and now I just have to bring the king in. Only thing is not to play rook b5. You're watching my stream, I assume, Ben?
Yep.
So yeah, just like king f8, a6, good move, of course. Still no threat, so I guess, I mean, I can play knight b5, king e7 is probably winning. Go king e7, king g1, knight b5, stop the pawn, and now I will just slowly bring the king back around. Plays g4. I can obviously go g6. I can go king c7, b6. What's the cleanest way? Even takes is probably good. What is the cleanest way to win? Let's see. So g4. I mean, there's so many different possibilities. So many possibilities, so little time. I guess I'm just going to trade. Let's go here. King b6 and c5 maybe. Trying to go g5, obviously. Still some tricks, though. Still quite a few tricks. Maybe it's worth a try. It's maybe worth a try. It's a funny concept. Rook c4, so I guess I go... I mean, g5 is a big threat. f6 is playable, but I think just rook d8. I go here, h6 takes, rook h4. I mean, it's funny. The computer somehow created chances, as you probably noticed, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, like out of nowhere.
Yeah. Why is 3,800, isn't it?
I mean, it is pretty good, yeah. Wait, h6.
Now, I can win the endgame with rook h5. Is that the only way to win here? Is that the only way I can win? Wait a second. Okay, I think I go here. I've actually misplayed this. I think I'm still winning. Okay, knight e6 maybe? And takes. Oh, praise the Lord. Now I'm winning. I go king a7. Yeah, this is just winning. Oh, man. I let that get way too close for comfort. Jeez, that is so bad. I'm really just a very bad chess player. Okay, I go here. Now I just have to find the right maneuver. Rook d4. The rook b5 looks good enough. Go rook d3. Guess e4 maybe. This is still this is crazy. This is still tricky somehow. I've totally misplayed this.
Yeah, it's
still very tricky. I guess I'll just go e4.
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, rook b6 is probably winning. This is actually not easy. Wait a second.
How is it so tricky?
I assume it's not trivial. I'm gonna go check. Guess I can just go c5 here. Now, if I take this, should be winning, right? King a6 is winning, but I think I don't even want to allow that. Yeah, but it's the safest way to. It's not the safest way to win. It's really not.
This means the king. Isn't that a clean win?
If you take what with the king?
Oh, if you would have taken, okay, it's whatever. Like
no, but king a6, rook c5, rook f3. Can't he just wait on the c file? Yeah.
But still, like, don't you go f4 somewhere?
Okay, maybe. I mean, I'm just not sure that it's winning. So check. I mean, this is winning, but it's very tricky still. Okay, let's go check. How am I not winning this game? This is ridiculous.
Okay, rook d5.
I have rook e5. Now I have rook e5 and f4, right? Now I have f4. Yeah, f4, and now this should be winning. Now I take. Oh, man. I let that get way too close for comfort. Okay, now everything
Okay,
just
knight
wins.
takes a6.
Yeah.
Okay, and literally everyone should win this endgame. Everyone in chat.
Yep. Okay.
Right?
Jeez. Yeah, I made such a mess out of this endgame. Unbelievable. Go here. Here. Go here. Okay, good. Make a queen. Okay. Here. Let's do the staircase so everybody in chat can see it. There we go. Checkmate. Game over. You have won. Okay. So bad. Now I know the board is off, you guys, but you still can see who's playing who. So hope you enjoyed that. Let's get back to the actual game now, and let's keep going. All right. There's another clip that they want me to watch. Let me just. What's this clip?
C5. Or I could go f3 and then c5. I don't know.
Moment.
Where's Anisha's comment here?
I just want to log into Chess24 to my premium membership account to take a look at the broadcast and just see what would be move after 97, because it just bothers me that I don't see why black is not better.
So you still start to think that knight d7 was a better choice than knight g4. So what do you do on c5? Or I could go f3 and then c5. I don't know.
Moment.
Does Anish just not Anish doesn't see the refutation? I don't understand. I'm kind of confused by that. At any rate, whatever. Let's get back to the game. Well, let me refresh the board.
Yeah, they're still playing, and Magnus is getting a little bit low on time, which is weird.
Is this if Magnus can somehow not win this? This would be the weirdest thing ever. Like the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah.
This would be the
weirdest. So a couple moves have been played. Knight. Wait, right?
Knight f5 was played. Yeah.
Yeah, knight of 5, a5, rook b8, a6 is on the board. So you went for knight e7 to d5, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think knight e7 because of knight c8 or d5. I mean, e7, d5, c7, and b5 is also fine, or d4, b5 is also fine.
But he's a greedy Andy. He takes on g3.
Yeah. Oh, did he take on g3?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he actually did. Yeah, I mean, I guess your knight is just your knight is on the wrong square, right? So like your knight is just on the wrong square. If your knight was, I don't know, like knight a4. Wait, is knight a4 a move to go a7, knight b6? I'm sure it loses, but why?
He figures that like the knight should come back in time, and he saw you struggling, with the past h pawn, so he figured, let me take on g3.
Oh wait, where's the win after knight a4? Sorry, wait, where is the win? What is it? c5 or what? Actually, sorry. What?
But it's actually not that trivial. How do you win after knight a4?
Yeah, that's what I'm. C5, a7, and then I guess rook d8.
But there's rook b1.
But then rook a8, and you just. I guess you're just
winning.
winning.
It was
you're
the end game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is one way to win it. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know if it's the cleanest, but yeah, this is one of the simpler ways, I suppose.
Knight a4 played by Jan.
Right. Yeah.
It's a little bit weird. Okay, c5 played by Magnus.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess a7.
Yeah, you have to go a7. I mean, we'll get to time control, and then I think Magnus is just gonna probably just or not Magnus, sorry, Jan will just resign.
Yeah. Okay, I guess rook d8 will soon be on the board.
Oh, we have this position or no? What do we have? Knight A4.
Yeah, rook D8 is actually on the board.
Wait, so knight
And
A4.
now
Why is
we
my board not updating? 1 second. Very weird. It's not updating. Give me 1 second. Okay, so knight A4. Okay, C5. Yeah, why don't I have A7 rook D8? Very, very weird. Wait, 1 second. Something's wrong. Let me just reset. Something got messed up there. Okay, so yeah, so we have A7. Let me close this. Let me just pull up the game. Okay, here we go. All right. I think when I went to play the computer, it messed up something. Okay, so all right, so we have yeah, so A7 rook D8. Okay.
Yeah. So there's rook B1, but indeed rook A8, right? We go rook B8, you take on E8, king H7.
That's just, I mean, that's
Knight
just losing.
C5. Yeah, because
Knight
Knight
F5.
F5, H4 is also dropping off.
Yep.
But still, would you win this like 10 out of 10 against a computer? I mean,
with a 4 versus 2, I think I would. Oh, apparently there's a better Anish clip. You guys in chat can send me the better Anish clip, and I can watch it, I guess. Yeah, I'm not proving this one, you guys. Maybe later. Maybe later I will. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. What are your takeaways from this match? I mean, I feel like my main takeaway is that it's just Jan's just mental state is just not there. It's just not there. I mean, I think people forget how mental, what's the saying? It's like chess is 10% brain, 90% mental or something. There's some stupid sports cliche saying that's like that, but that's just my main takeaway.
Yeah, no, I feel like, yeah, the match is definitely must be mentally draining. I mean, I've played in World Cups and that was already, tough, but I can't imagine what a World Championship is like. Even the months leading up to that, you're only thinking about that.
Right.
And yeah, I think he played pretty well in the beginning of the match. He had his chances in game 6, but maybe in game 6 he got a little bit too excited,
Right.
When Magnus was getting low on the clock and he got nervous because of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just very sad that after that he was not able to get himself together. I think he really, like, if he would have won game 6, which could have happened, he could have easily gone on to win the match.
Right. No, agreed. Absolutely. Yeah. If he had been riding that wave for sure. Totally. By the way, the quote that someone said to me, the quote is that I think it's baseball is 90% mental and the other half is physical, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. That's what the saying is. So of course,
yeah,
that's like that. The odds don't add up, of course. So yeah. 90% of the other half, exactly. Right. So it's a pretty good quote.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, sorry. It's half the game is 90% mental. Yeah, half the game is
okay, 90%. Right, yeah. But you have a very nice sub count.
Oh, is it 69-69? I didn't even look. Oh yeah, it is.
Yep.
That is a very nice sub count at the moment, right? Yeah. Half the game.
Very
yeah.
Nice. But yeah, okay, so Jan is thinking, I indeed think he just has to go for that end game.
I mean, I would just resign here. I really would.
Yeah, it's sort of like that end game that Wang Hao had against Nepo in the candidates, but it's 10 times worse.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's no, it's just it's a bad it's just a bad spot to be in. I mean, this is also why I would have resigned. Yeah. 90% not at board, the other half losing the game. Oh geez. Okay. Oh man. That's so bad. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, thank you to Sarosh for the Prime as well. Thanks so much. All you guys who do have Amazon Prime, by the way, connect your Amazon Prime to your Twitch Prime. You can subscribe free to one channel every month. So please use that Prime and subscribe here to my channel. It is free if you use that Prime. make sure that you use it. Thank you so much in advance for all the Prime subs. All right. So what's gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen with the press conference? That's the big question mark here.
Right. I think Jan is just gonna show up. I don't think he's gonna skip it because I mean, the penalties are, what's it like? Like
it's like
5K.
5K. It's like I think it's $5,000. It might be a percentage though. If it's a percentage, then it's a lot of money. But it might be it might be it might be a percentage. If it's a percentage, it's much more. But it's only 5K. Oh, they must have changed the rules because I think when Magnus skipped a press conference after he lost to Sergey in 2016, I'm pretty sure the fine was like a percentage. It was like 20 or 30,
like 5%.
Yeah, it was a
lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was $22,000 is how much he lost. So
$22,000.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think Jan is gonna show up. It's not gonna be fun, but it's not only about the money. It's also just
I mean, maybe for Jan it'll be releasing, just rather than going back to your room and wanting to like break the lamp and everything. I mean, I think that it might be, what's it, cathartic? Is that the word? But it's like one of those things where you just get all of it out of your system all at once too. Maybe.
Right.
I could see that. Yeah. So anyway, well, we'll see.
Yeah, and he played knight takes c5, which is a bit odd because how do you ever promote the pawn here?
Hey,
like,
I mean, you got to go. I mean, I guess bishop c6, some knight a6 thingy, but again, like the bishop is always. I mean, this bishop is just always on the diagonal. So, like, yeah, I know I would resign once Magnus goes bishop c6. I would just resign here. I would just resign and just like forget about it. I would resign here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
What is this clip on?
That's
Anish?
Weird.
C5.
Oh my God! Come on! But come on!
blundered.
I mean, no, but sorry, but c5, c6. I mean, I'm sorry, but I saw that instantly. Is he nuts? No, but I mean, that is insane.
Oh.
I mean, the moment because I was looking at position somewhere else, the moment you told me c5, I opened our analysis board on the screen. I instantly saw c6. Instantly. I mean, this is insane. Look at him.
Look at Magnus.
Oh, but okay, this is just, I mean, this is outrageous. Just, I've never seen something like this. It's just insane. What's going on? Poor guy, he's completely out of shape. I don't know what happened to him.
Oh my.
He completely lost it. No, it's a poor guy, and he has to go again to his press conferences and stuff. What's going on? Yeah, he went totally nuts.
That was a great clip. Great clip for everyone. Yeah. So, right. So what happened? So he played a7, rook d8, knight c5, rook a8. I mean, what even are you playing for here? Like, I mean, I just resign. I would resign here. It's time control. I mean, maybe Jan can sit here for an hour and just lament before the press conference. But I mean, I think that it's like at this point, it's just disrespectful. I would just resign here.
Yeah. Yeah, it just looks like it's over. I mean, black's completely stabilized. Bishop c6, knight f5.
Right.
You have no way to ever push the pawn through.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would just resign right here and I would just go to the press conference and then get out of town, basically. Not literally, but I mean figuratively. Just like get out of there and just chill, kind of. I mean, really at this point, because like there's no way. There's no way. To be honest, even Judith missed it. Well, I don't think she was looking super deeply. And like I mean, everybody saw the move instantly. It was not a hard move spot.
I think even everyone here saw it.
Yeah. No, I mean, to be fair, like, okay, Judah apparently suggested c5. She didn't see it, but like, it was never a consideration in my mind. Never a consideration. You know who I really wonder what his opinion is on that move is Gary Kasparov. I have a feeling that Gary's attitude and the words that he would be using right now, whether in English or in Russian, are not are some very serious like Soviet words from the old days.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
Gary
really,
did tweet. Oh, I didn't see. Let me see what Gary
Oh,
tweeted.
wait.
Let's see. Let's see. What did Gary tweet? Okay, what did Gary tweet? He tweets. No, he didn't tweet, did he?
Well,
Did
he
he
did
tweet?
tweet, but not.
No, he's just tweeting about politics. No.
No, but he did tweet. He says, "I response that says I didn't look at that because it would mean one of us has blundered, and I don't think it's me."
Oh, so Gary just wrote it on the fly. It was just a quick tweet. So he made a mistake.
Yeah.
So he's saying my response would be, I didn't really look at that because it would mean one of us has blundered, and I don't think it's me. Okay, but that's not about Gary. Yeah. Oh, look at Gary's tweet. He says, yes, he says, seems appropriate to have a blunder in a tweet about a blunder. I once lost 3 straight games in a world championship match, but hey, it helped that I was leading by 3 points before that. That's such a flex. That's such a flex. It's like, yeah, but okay, I was winning by 3. Who cares?
Wait, what match
That's
was
a good
that?
one. What's that?
What match was that?
That must have been against Karpov. That had to have been against Karpov, right?
What year?
Um,
Like, I'm sorry, my history is not that good.
but he wasn't leading by 3 against Karpov, was he? Because I thought he lost 3 to start that match. Didn't he lose 3 to start that match, and then he I think they had a bunch of draws, and I think he won 1 or 2.
Oh, you mean in '84?
Was it maybe a qualifier match? Maybe. I don't think it was a world championship match. I think it was a qualifier, maybe. Because Karpov, he lost.
No, it says
the
that
first 3 games.
he says it wasn't a world championship match.
Right. Who did he lose 3 in a row to? Oh, by the way, the game is over, right? Game is over?
Jan has resigned.
Jan has resigned officially. Yeah. I mean, I really don't know what to say. I mean, just very, very tough. Very, very tough. I mean, that's all you really can say about it. I mean, it's somewhat inexplicable, but I mean, I think we're gonna see what happens. So you wanna hang around for the presser?
Okay, I'll stick around for the.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I guess I'll take a short break then to let everybody reset before the presser. I'll get the link and we'll put it up. But yeah, I'll just come back in a second then, and yeah, what it is. All right, be back in a second.
Okay, guys, we are gonna do some React Andy. So yeah, I'm kind of curious what Nepo has to say in terms of the blunder and maybe the touch move. Very weird situation. But yeah, I do wonder what Jan missed. It's hard to say that he just missed C6 altogether, but who knows? Yeah. And yeah, I guess they will ask Magnus about the touch move, and of course the blunder. But yeah, it is a sad situation because now the match is just over. So yeah, Magnus is gonna be world champion for another at least 2 years, I guess. So we'll see who will come through in the next candidates. Or wait, I mean, I wonder when the next candidate is gonna be. It might already be in 2022. So maybe he's gonna be world champion for at least another year. Yeah, the World Championship match is going to be in 2022 or 2023. I think we could easily have another World Championship match coming up pretty soon. And I do know that Nepo resigned. Yeah. I mean, Ali Reza has a good chance.
All right. Still there?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I guess we'll wait for the press conference, and then we'll go there. We'll just check. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say about this. I mean, there's just no chance for people who are wondering. No chance for Jan to come back. This is just over. So I guess. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I mean, I think there's a good chance Jan just loses tomorrow in the last. Just makes a quick draw. That's my guess. I just don't. I don't know.
Very sad.
Yeah, I mean, because it was such a great match in a way. Like, I know there were a couple of very boring draws, but like game 1 was relatively exciting. Game 2, of course, was very exciting. Game 6 was very exciting. But it's like somehow after that, it's like, I mean, Jan just mentally just couldn't keep it together. He just really could not keep it together.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, game 6 that really determined the match. But yeah, you're absolutely right about the fact that, I mean, Jan has to be able to handle losses. And I think, also in the candidates, he lost his game 7, right? He started really well with 4.5 out of 6.
Right.
No,
and then
wait.
it got then it got postponed right as soon as he lost to Maxime.
Yeah. And I heard from Anish. Anish said in an interview that was taken into account, that Nepo lost the game. He was not feeling well, and he was still their main horse for the tournament, right? For the Russians.
Right. Yes.
Because he was leading, so that was taken into account to postpone the tournament. But of course, the whole situation back then was pretty bad.
Oh, okay. Wow. I did not hear this interview from Anish, but wow. Okay. Wow, that's kind of surprising. But yeah, I mean, it is true though. I mean, it got postponed when he lost that game to Maxime. I mean, he was cruising through the tournament, and then once he lost that game was when it got stopped. But yeah, I know it's what it is. But hey, he still gets money. I'm sure he'll be fine. But just a sad way for this match to kind of end, because now, I mean, I don't really expect it to be very exciting going forward. I don't know if it's going to be 3 draws or what's going to happen, but there's just no chance, I think, at this point. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, 800k is still a lot of primes.
True,
but
true.
I think Magnus has to try tomorrow. I mean, of course, it doesn't matter that much, but like, why not try to push up his rating a little bit?
Right, of course. No, agreed.
And then indeed, I think for Jan right now, it's just over. I mean, is he even gonna try tomorrow with the black pieces?
Nah, I mean, I think at this point he knows the match is over. I mean, I almost wonder if Magnus plays the E4, if like Jan plays the E5, Magnus isn't just going to force a draw on a Petrov or a Spanish, because there is a forced draw. There is a forced draw, which you're aware of, I'm sure. Which is like, so I could see something like E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight F6, D4, Knight E4, Bishop D3, D5, Knight takes E5, Knight D7, Knight F7, and then you get to sack a knight for the memes, and you can go Queen H5, King E6, Queen E2.
Oh, right, that line,
yeah, and that's just a forced draw. Yeah, I could see something like that, which would be pretty funny. But I mean, who knows? Who knows? Yeah.
I mean, either way, Magnus is gonna win the match. Just,
right. Yeah. I mean, it's just a question of, will it be like tomorrow? Will it be like in a few days? What's gonna happen? I mean, that's just what it's gonna be. No, I mean, it's very I mean, it's very, very sad, obviously, for Jan. I mean, to put in all this work and effort, and because I mean, it feels like it's very weird. It feels like it's a really close match on the one hand, which I think it was in one game decided, but on the other hand, you feel like it wasn't, just because of the way that it kind of, he fell apart at the end.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier how mental is a big component of big factor in the match, and he was definitely not on Magnus's level in that aspect. So Magnus fully deserved to win the match.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, Magnus was the better player. Clearly on the board. Also, as we say, like 90% of the game is half mental. So, so obviously it was better mentally as well, and I mean, probably physically in better shape. I think. I mean, it felt like clearly he held up better under the duress of the long games as well. So I think, I mean, I think Magnus is a very deserving winner.
Yeah, because even if you think about Sergei Karyakin back in 2016, he really hung in there, right? And he lost at some point. Karyakin lost the game, but he didn't collapse, right? And he had a lot of tough games where he was defending very, very hard, and when his chance came, he took it. So, but of course, that is one of Sergey's main strengths, right? The mental part.
True. No, it's very, very true. No, I completely agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, just tough. Just tough. One second. I'm gonna... Excuse me. Sorry, I need to sneeze. You're tired. I was trying to let you get through that before I sneezed, but I couldn't contain it any longer. But yeah. So I guess we're still waiting to see the press conference. We don't have it yet. You know, I mean, it's just tough. And yeah, so those of you guys who are wondering what we're doing, we are going to be covering the press conference, which should be starting in probably the next 5 minutes, I'm guessing. Assuming Jan is there. I mean, I think that's the first big question. The second question is, I really hope that people are respectful and they don't try to like prod him too much. I really do hope so. Yeah. Because like I mean, people have to realize like he's studied for months and months to plan this match, and like it's got to be extremely hard for him at this point.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed, a lot of work goes into this, and yeah, it's been like the main thing that's been on his mind for the last half a year, and then to go down like this, it's very painful.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal. It's just absolutely brutal. I mean, I mean, obviously, I haven't played a world championship match, but even from my experience in the candidates, like it's very, very brutal. It's just there's people don't understand just how draining it is.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think we're guaranteed at least 2 more games. I think we're gonna get 3 more games. Is my guess. I think we'll get 3 more games.
So you think it will the difference will stay 3, and then after?
Yeah, I think what I see happening is I'm guessing that tomorrow we'll get some kind of draw, would be my guess, and then Jan will try something in that game. It will probably be a draw, and then Magnus will just force a draw in game 11. I guess it is.
Yeah.
Or game 12. I don't know what game it is.
I think if you're Magnus and you're in game 11, you just want to force a draw.
Agreed. Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I at least that's what I would do. But we'll see. I mean, it depends. Like maybe Jan will throw the kitchen sink at Magnus. You never know. He might try to play like a Nidor for something crazy. Although Magnus is probably going to play D4 now. Although I guess he could play E4. Hard to judge.
You think he will be able to control the game a little bit more in one D4?
Probably. You'd think so. But again, I mean, at this point, it's just it's what it is. All right, do we have them? I don't think we do have them yet, do we? No, they're not set up for the press conference yet. But yeah, Jan will win all the games now and win the world championship. I'm sorry, you guys, but I would give you like 1,000,000 to 1 odds. I would actually.
Yeah.
It's just not happening. Yeah, I mean, I would give 1,000,000 to 1 odds.
Yeah, I wonder what the odds even are. It's just over, really.
Well, I mean, okay, if it's 1 in 1,000,000, yeah, it's like it's 0.001. So there's like 0.001. That's what the odds are.
That's what the odds are.
I mean, I mean, there's no way. You think he wins? He's down 3 points with what 5 games left, right? It's 6-3. So let me update the scores as well. It's 6-3. It's 6-3. 5. He has to win 3 games out of the next 5. I mean, no chance at all. No chance.
Well, I would bet at $1 if I could win $1 million.
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, it's like, yes, you're saying there's a chance. Totally. No, there's no chance. It's over. I mean, it's over. I said it's over, and it's over. Yeah. If Jan ties this match, you guys, I'll gift. If Jan can tie this match, I think I'll gift 5,000 subs. There you guys go. Yeah, I'll get 5,000 subs. Okay, to the community if he can if he can tie this matchup in regulation.
Well, but then you would also have to dye your hair green.
So what? That's life. I guess. Yeah, technically,
I mean, right now, I feel like the only way Jan could win this match is if Magnus would somehow, get hit by a car or something.
Yeah, I mean that's why I said 1 in a million. Like, what? Actually,
Yeah.
what are the odds? Wait, the odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 190 million, I believe, right? The odds of winning Powerball, it's 1 in, I think, 192.1 million, if I'm not mistaken. And I know the odds of getting hit by lightning are 1 in 60 million. I feel like I feel like the odds are like it's 1 in 14. I'm wrong. Okay, so I thought it was pretty high. So oh, sorry, I'm wrong. It's 292.2 million for the lottery. That's right. They changed it and added extra numbers to Powerball. That's a good point, you guys. So yeah, so like that's it's not 1 in 60 million in Florida. Okay, dude. But yeah, so it's not happening. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what it is. Why does everyone even know these odds? Because you guys, we dream of winning the lottery. Everybody, Benjamin, you've played the American lottery, right? I sincerely hope you played Powerball, right?
Powerball? What is that?
Oh man. Okay. Did you just Google it then?
I'm Googling it right now.
Yeah, it's basically the lottery. So Powerball has the biggest payouts. So like if you're in America, it's like $2 to buy a ticket, and everyone dreams of winning Powerball when it's like $1 billion. So that's why everybody knows the odds, what the odds are in America. Because everybody, like, you buy that one ticket when it's like $1 billion, and like you dream like, what am I gonna do when I win $1 billion? Of course you never win, but you know, still.
Oh, it is 1 in 292 million.
Yes, yeah. I think it used to be 191, but then they added a 6th number. I think it was a 6th or 7th number they added to make the odds worse. So, yeah.
And but like there's like a ton of people buying tickets.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone's that's capitalism, baby. Everyone's dreaming of winning the lottery and having hundreds of millions of dollars. Like,
right. So it's a good business model.
Oh, it's a great business model. You create, it's great. It's absolutely amazing. It's a great business model. But of course, in Europe, they're much more sane, which is why it's not such a big deal. Because like the lottery, I think if you do well, it might be a few million, maybe a little bit more than that if it gets really out of control. But it never gets like crazy high.
Yeah, like 292 is a lot. I don't know what it is in Europe, but it's something like, I don't know.
Well, I remember in Canada when I was spending time there, they had their lottery, and I think it was something like maybe like 6 million. I was like, wow, that's just so pathetic. Like, no wonder, no wonder everybody wants to be in America. So that's what I would say. I
mean, yeah, in Europe, I think it's more like 1 million or like maybe like 30 million, which is still a lot of money.
Right.
But it's not. Yeah.
No, of course. But anyway, yeah. So that's why everybody knows these odds. So anyway, yeah. All right. We still don't have a press conference, so I guess we're just gonna chill for a few more minutes. But I assume we're gonna have it pretty soon. That's my guess.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But also, as someone said, what the real odds of winning the lottery, you're 50-50, man. You either win or you don't win. So that's a much better way of looking at it.
Same for Nepo. Either he's gonna win or he's gonna lose. 50%.
Right.
Chance.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's 50-50. Like, you don't. I mean, it's just 50-50. You win or you don't win.
Yeah.
So yeah. Copium, exactly.
If anyone wants to bet on Jan, we can give them straight up odds.
Right. Press conference has started. Oh, it has. They have the players. Okay, I'm gonna put it up, and I'll change the scene. Unmute it.
Let's jump into the press conference. Or tomorrow's.
For those who will have questions, those who have not been here before, you will have to use the microphones to the side of the room. Either side.
One second. I'm gonna
copy
it.
Touch the microphone and always wear a mask when you ask questions. Thank the players for joining us. Jan, I appreciate you being here. And may I ask, I think the question is, what happened with this mistake that you made?
No, well, actually, I couldn't imagine there is actually a way which exists to blunder in this position. Yeah, like it's the position was somewhat between like slightly better and much better. We were, I mean, during the most of the game. The biggest part. So perhaps I could play something like before after a3, just more a direct approach, and I think it would be like I wouldn't rule it like as crushing, but very promising. But I guess after BA3, I mean, okay, this provides some more chances for black to hold, but still it's pretty one-sided. Yeah, but somehow, yeah, I think this bishop d7, bishop e8, black is trying to stabilize, and actually I was quite happy to find this idea queen e1 and just get a pawn into the endgame. But yeah, I mean, of course, c5 is, is even funny that, okay, there is a way to blunder this position in one move, but yeah, who could know?
You spent, it seemed, about 18 minutes before you came back to the board after Magnus played the move c6. What was the time spent?
Well, I was trying to calculate if there are any practical chances, and perhaps there is no big difference there to calculate sitting at the board, showing the room. But yeah, the best I could produce was, okay, this I don't know, rook b6 knight c5 idea, but it's far from anything realistic, of course.
After you played c5, how long did it take to occur to you?
I can't do anything about the volume, you guys. Sorry.
Until it was played, okay, I was quite happy, but I somehow thought that c5 bishop b5 is mandatory. But I mean, yeah, okay, so that's also the problem that c6 idea never works while my pawn is on c4. So yeah, just some insanely bad luck.
So just to clarify,
I mean, either we watch it here or we watch. I'm gonna watch the desynced one, you guys. I'll watch the desynced one, okay?
Insanely bad luck.
So just to clarify, so you didn't notice c6 until Magnus played it?
This will be much louder.
Indeed.
I see. Your feelings now about the match situation, given 5 games to go?
It's worse than I expected.
Magnus, question for you. I'm going to ask the FIDE question first, given that it's appropriate just at the very beginning. People can tweet in their questions to FIDE Chess. And the question is, when Pragnananda played c4 and Jan stayed with the move, you kept on smiling. The questioner asked, this is by Richard Feynman at Dicky Feynman 11. I would like to know Magnus's thoughts on this. Did he expect c4 or was it out of the blue?
No, I mean, you expect everything, but obviously it was a slight surprise. Yeah, I couldn't know if Prague had any...
That's a troll, right? Richard Feynman's like the greatest
prior knowledge,
greatest
or
physicist of like
he was
the last 50
was
years,
just making the move he would have made at the board. So
that's a troll.
That's why I smiled.
That's a total troll.
Now, some questions. You must have been genuinely shocked when you saw the move c5 appear, and you saw you could play c6.
Yeah, it was pretty absurd. So I thought I was doing fairly okay, and then knight e5 followed by knight g4 was actually a blunder, since I hadn't seen queen e1. I was considering all the other queen moves that don't trade queens. I thought I'd fortify my knight with h5, and I thought I'm better. And then queen e1 was a shock at first, because I realized I'm just losing a pawn. But I quickly stabilized and evaluated the position as just probably pretty clear draw at that point, and obviously it helped me to see that c5, which is the most obvious try, just loses to c6, and yeah, seeing it on the board was pretty absurd. But yeah, what can you do?
You call you're using the word absurd. Could you clarify why you use this word than any other?
No, it's just because you don't expect to basically win a piece for nothing at this level. So, and what can I say? As he said, it's also a bit of bad luck that he doesn't even have any try that gives him any chances. But yeah, I think absurd actually covers it pretty nicely.
Your feelings on winning such a game you're +3 in the match.
Yeah, as I said before, no style points awarded, so I'll take it. It was a tough game in which I was under pressure, both on the board and on the clock, and yeah, just to turn it around like that, it's unexpected.
And there have been speculation that maybe the way you lost before yesterday, and maybe even previously the 7 hours and 45-minute game, that maybe this has affected your play. Is there any relevance to that assumption?
Well, as you stated, there is a few reasons to speculate, but in general, I think this basically 2 one-move blunders in a row is a little bit too much. So, I mean, sometimes perhaps, your opponent can blunder your way to victory. Yeah, so now that's actually happening. But I mean, in general, of course, there is a lot of work to do to understand why is it going on like this, and what's the reason. But yeah, I mean, lack of concentration, or maybe combined with some not the best luck.
I'll take questions from
he's just not
reporters
being
now.
honest.
Please.
I mean, 100% it's affected his play.
Yeah.
100%.
Nearly 8-hour game. You seem pretty excited.
Has nothing to do
but
with
the
luck.
last 2 wins are
Has nothing to
largely
do with
based
luck at
on
all.
blunders. So does the way in which you win chess games affect your mood somewhat?
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. But in the standings, they look the same. But I think that goes for everybody. That's like earning a victory through really hard work is more rewarding than getting one handed to you by your opponents. Actually, that's not the case for everybody. I remember Donner wrote in his book that he appreciated a game won by luck a lot more than game won by skill. But for me, I definitely definitely feel a lot more satisfied with when I actually win a good game. But I'll take it.
Hans Orbakken from NRK. Question to Jan. I asked you on Sunday, how do you rate your performance that day? Then you said, I'm sorry.
Oh God, again?
What do you say today, Jan, about your performance?
Well, until move c5, I think it was overall good. So I could, I think I could play, more principle, like playing before. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to make any conclusions after you basically blunder an absolutely safe position in one move. Yeah, so it's perhaps it was slightly closer to a draw than for some realistic chances for white. But yeah, I mean, in general, like a 3 bishop e4 and so on. Yeah, like so black should still be precise to hold this draw. So well, somehow it's quite interesting, that you can blunder such position in one move. So it's difficult to sum up things here.
How do you feel right now?
It's been better before.
Nicholas Berg from Aftenposten in Norway. A question from Magnus. You were kind of shaking your head after the blunder. Did you, in a way, have conflicting emotions after that?
No, not really. As I said, was just very unexpected.
Conflicted feelings are like, nah, I didn't want to win like that. I didn't want to win. I wanted to draw.
It's been said of Samurai that they would cut off their top knot after loss or shame. Can I ask if your haircut yesterday was an homage to that?
No, I just wanted to do this already for quite some time. Yes, so just at some point coincidence.
It looks good.
Thanks.
Rakesh with chess.com India. Question to Magnus. Firstly, congrats on the win. In 2004, you became a Grandmaster in Dubai. 2014, you became the World Rapid and Blitz champion. And now you're on the brink of the World Chess Champion title in Dubai again. So would you say Dubai is a good hunting ground for you?
Yeah, saying anything else would be would be pretty absurd.
And was this the same thing, the same fact that Magnus Bastard was mentioning in the podcast yesterday?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember exactly what he was saying, but it sounds right.
Thank you.
Sagar Shah from ChessBase India. My question is for Magnus. When Jan played c4 and e6 and d5 you pushed your pawn to d4, which is kind of an ambitious attempt to play as black. What were your thoughts behind it? Because you could have also played solidly with knight f6 and so on.
Good question.
Yeah, so as you said, I had some conflicting emotions. D4 was what I'd been preparing for the match, and so I wasn't sure whether I would go for that or anything more solid. But the main problem was that I couldn't remember what was going on later there. I remember that knight g4 was the key move, and then I guessed that bishop c5 was correct, and then I couldn't remember the lines. So that's what I was mostly considering already when I played d4, and then we reached a position anyway a lot later, and I still hadn't figured it completely out. So that was a bit dumb. But anyway, I have no major complaints about the position that I had. I think it's a bit worse, but to actually show anything serious for white there, I think requires very, very energetic and precise play, and the most likely outcome is always that black eventually equalizes, and I think that's kind of what happened in the game as well, that before he blundered.
No one's going to ask about the touch move, I don't think, because Magnus clearly just played better. I don't expect questions.
Were you happy with your move queen a3 to b4? Because that, I think, was very key move, right? Preparing rook a3.
And I was very, very happy with that one, but it was partly based on an oversight, since my idea after rook b1 was to take and knight g4, and I didn't see queen e1. But it turned out, as frankly happens pretty often, that good positional moves tend to work out well, even if you've missed something. So even though it was technically a blunder, still the plan was sound in itself, and it turned out that I had good compensation. But I thought in general queen b4 was nice.
Thank you.
Ole Stenström, VG Norway. Question for Magnus. About move 19, it looked like you touched one piece and moved another. Could you just explain what happened?
Not this again. This happens in every single World Championship match. Clearly some pieces are adjusted and it's with no intent to move. So do better.
The problem is the
Mike
game
Flanagan
was
with
so
Chess.com. My
decisive that it
question is
doesn't
once again for
matter.
Magnus. When you got a one-game lead and you saw some position you didn't recognize after h5, you played queen e1. So now you've got a 3-game lead. What can we expect from these next 5 games from the style of play?
We'll see. I'll probably just try and play, and it's more up to him than anything else to try and change the course.
Hans Solbakken, NRK, question for Magnus. Do you ever feel sorry for Jan Nepomniachtchi during the game today?
It's the World Championship. Basically, you prefer to beat an opponent who's playing at his very best. But if he's not, yeah, you take it any day of the week.
Thank you.
Saravanan from ChessBase. Magnus, in the previous game when Ian came up with the surprising h5, you preferred a solid approach by playing queen e1. But today in the opening, you willingly went for d4 with black pieces, probably leading to more dynamic positions. So why the difference in approach compared to yesterday from today?
No, it's just that...
This is prep. This is prep.
I mean, d4 kind of leads to forcing play as well, so it's not like it's that aggressive.
It's just prep.
I think a lot of time, just because a move looks like it's unbalancing the play, it could be that it just forces it, and that's not necessarily an indication of massive ambitions.
One more. On the 14th move, when you played a4 to a3, some engines were a little critical of it because of the move b4 for white instead of b cross a3 with Ian played. So what was your intended continuation for b4, and how would you assess the resulting position?
Yeah, I was considering it, but I thought I'll take it, and if he threatens my knight, I'll go b6, and frankly, I wasn't.
You mean to say for rook b1 you'll go b6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there are some tactics that don't work for me, but to me it looked okay. But obviously it was a critical option, and if the engine says that it was good for white, who am I to disagree?
Question to Ian. Ian, there is a lot of praise for you in the social media, in YouTube. You have been really gracious in spite of some difficult moments to be present in the press conference, and a lot of people have expressed their respect for you.
Other things. I don't know
what
about that.
What would be your reaction to them?
Indeed, I'm very thankful, but I would prefer to have this respect for some good games over, for press conferences.
Thank you.
Well, I think they meant that he's been a good sport, after losing.
I guess, yeah. To be fair, but it's just like I don't know. It feels like they're trying to make him feel
had
better.
a minus score. Score was 4-1 in terms of classical math games, and now you have equalized. Now none of the top players have a positive score against you. How happy are you about that?
Thank you. That's nice to hear. I think sort of the same happened in the match against Vichy that I kind of corrected my score against him as well.
Question to Jan. You had Sergey joining in yesterday from Moscow.
Corrected.
How was it having him by your side in person for the match?
Well, it didn't work out too well, yeah. But no, somehow we played quite some training games before the match, so it I think he had some business in Moscow to do, and then he just came back here to our camp.
I believe that's the last question. Thank you very much. This closes the press conference. The next game will be tomorrow. That is game 10 at 16:30. Thank you all, and have a good night.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I thought overall, it was relatively okay. I mean, I thought some of those questions were a little bit weird, but
I feel like most of the questions were fair. It was just that one guy from the Norwegian press who asked Nepo to rate his performance, and then how do you feel? That was a bit too much. But I do feel like it is fair that there was one question about the touch move. He did not drag on about it. So I feel like most questions were fair.
Right. No, I generally kind of agree with that. I think overall it was relatively okay. But no, it's tough. I think okay, the Magnus question is kind of whatever, but you see the thing is, I think if the game had been a draw or something, maybe it's a more relevant question. probably.
To ask about the touch move?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I mean, the way that Jan lost that game, just a pure tilt blunder, it's like, it kind of, then it becomes like a real non-issue, I think, is what I would say. It becomes a real non-issue.
Right.
Specifically because of the way the game was. The game is different, then maybe it's an issue. But I think because of the way it went, it's just really not really an issue at all. No, it's what it is. It's what it is.
Yeah, and yeah, it is kind of. I think you're right about what you're saying, that Jan was better the entire game, and that he just completely lost his sense of danger. Right, like he thought he can never lose.
He said the exact same thing again. Basically, he said that he's like, well, F3 bishop B4, like basically anything draws is kind of what he was saying. And then he just like he like, again, it's the same thing where he lost that thread, and he just makes a very careless blunder because he's just like, okay, whatever, like nothing's happening, kind of. And yeah, I mean, it's what it is. I mean, it's just a bad day for. I mean, well, it's been a bad match, I guess. But you know what else I would say though is, like, at this point, I'm also kind of surprised that he's still trying to say that, like, things happen, like, and it's not like it's not a big deal, because it's very clear, like, I mean, that's just denial, I think, more than anything, to not say that, because the fact is, it's like it's everything that's happened is because of Game 6. Everything has happened because of Game 6.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to say, well, there's something else. So he's just be like, okay, yeah, Game 6 tilted me. I got tilted. That's life. It happens, kind of. That's what I think he should say at this point, because I mean, the match is effectively over.
Right.
But
even if it does not even if it's not, maybe it's not even that clear to himself, but maybe subconsciously he's on complete tilt somehow, or I don't know.
Yeah. But again,
even if it messes with you in the slightest, it definitely impacts your play at the highest level.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. I mean, and again, for people who are saying that I'm like being critical, I'm really not. I mean, I feel very bad for Jan. I feel like at this point, the match being over, I mean, there's no reason to like not say these things, because it's very clearly, it definitely just, I mean, it affected him, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, and that's that. So yeah. All right. Well, I guess maybe I'll see you Untitled Tuesday in an hour, possibly. I don't know if you're going to be streaming or playing it, but at any rate, I mean, obviously a little bit of a bummer the way the game went today, but I think the fans enjoyed having you again, and I guess I'll let you get going, and we'll talk again soon.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me, and good luck Untitled Tuesday. Maybe I'll see you later, and thank you so much, man.
Absolutely. All right. Have a good one, Benjamin.